to the 5th International Conference on Digital Transformation and Sustainability in Business Practices, organized by Amity College of Commerce and Finance on 7th and 8th of April 2022. Today's workshop on research methodology will enable an understanding of basics of data analysis using RStudio. This workshop will provide a hands-on session on various statistical tools related to data analysis. I hope everyone have downloaded the dataset for today's workshop. Let me first acknowledge the presence of our resource person, Dr. Miklesh Yadav, who is an assistant professor at Amity College of Commerce and Finance. Experience of 11 years. He has contributed acclaimed publications, PTCA, Opus Index journals. Also a guest editor of International Journal of Public Sector Performance, which is a Opus Index journal. Yadav had delivered more than 125 days as resource person, additional student acquisition courses conducted by University of Delhi, FIIB Delhi, Amity University, Kurukshetra University, and many more. He has created YouTube channel on his own name, Miklesh Yadav, where he has uploaded more than 147 videos covering time series, panel data analysis, and event study methodology. I would like to request Dr. Anjali Munde to present memento as token of appreciation to Dr. Miklesh Yadav. Moving on towards, I request Dr. Miklesh Yadav sir to start the session.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah, thank you. I hope I'm audible. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Yeah, if I talk about workshop on research methodology, to be precise, I'll be talking about RStudio and why we have to use RStudio. But before just moving further ahead, I just want to say in any particular conference, be it national or international, the purpose of educational institute is to just gather the participants and spread about like the ideas among scholars, academicians, so that one can learn from other. And of course, that will add a healing touch to the research knowledge of participants for their spur or for their just growth. Now, as you know that as we all are in this research domain, rather than saying here teaching domain, I want to say being in the research domain and of course teaching domain, what happens? There are innumerable sections which we cover in any particular paper, and out of that sections, one section is research methodology. Keeping in the mind, we just thought to organize workshop so that each and everyone will be benefited from that. Now the question is, to be precise, why we people follow this? Why the use of RStudio per se will just spur the growth of participants? That is the matter of concern. We have innumerable softwares, be it MOS, PLA, SAME, and for econometrics, if I talk, then Gretel, eViews, Estata, and innumerable other software. But one software has one benefit, another, of course, has another demerits also. Considering the cost effectiveness, we generally prefer RStudio. And actually, these days what happens, scholars or might be academicians, they are having the fears they are scared of using R Studio. They think that R Studio is purely game of language. I mean, language here means simply the command codes, but this is not like that, dear. R Studio is all about your simple, even the participants or candidates who are not having knowledge of command, they can also do that. They can also employ statistical tools. There are innumerable battery of tests. Here I just use the term battery of tests. So battery of tests here is nothing but simply the collection of tools, statistical tools in the similar line. Like let's suppose I want to use same, or I want to use dynamic linkages or co-moment of two markets. Then we are having innumerable similar kind of tests. If you go through the paper, rather than saying this, the similar line or similar kind of test, what they say that battery of tests. So we are having battery of, the software, but we prefer, as per your convenience, I'm not publicizing here the R Studio, rather I'm just talking about moving then, like same is purely useful for what? The cross-sectional data. Talking about e-views, that is purely based for the what? The econometrics and the time series or panel data. Now, if I talk about R is what? R is all about, and that is meant for entire section of society. Here I just use the term entire section of society, means either the people who belong to the primary data work or secondary data work. For all category of scholars or academician, it will be useful, right? So one, the one session, of course, this 1.5 hour won't suffice for entire R Studio, but definitely we'll do the hands-on session so that we can grasp a little bit knowledge, and that can give you one cornerstone or one corner for the rest of 4, right? So let's move further ahead. Yeah. As it is mentioned that R is programming language and free software environment for statistical computing and graphics supported by the R Foundation for Statistical Computing. R was created by Rossi Haka and Robert Gentleman at the University of Auckland, New Zealand, and currently developed by the R Development Core team. The R was conceived in 1992 with an initial version released in 1995. Actually, what happened when, by the way, these both people, the great personality, Rossi Haka and Robert Gentleman, both were in teaching occupation like us, right? They were working in University of Auckland, New Zealand. One day, in this just chit chat while having lunch, they discussed that why not to develop any software where or that can be used freely, that can be accessible freely to the participants or to the entire academician group. Considering these things, Rossi Haka and Robert Gentleman both decided to work. They started working hard, and finally in 1995, you all have seen here in this slide, you find that in 1995 they had conceived the concept, and now the question is they developed R, but they developed the software. They were not having idea that what to the just keep the name of that software, like we are saying MOS, eViews. They both developed, but what will be the name of that software? It was a huge challenge for them. They started thinking and pondering over. Finally, they thought, why not to name this software as R? Why? Because R here means Rossi Haka and another person is Robert Gentleman. So the initial letter of their name is what? R. Considering this thing, they just kept the name R, and nowadays this R is so famous. And by the way, if I talk about, if you look at this great images, the first image of the person, that is what? Rossi Haka, and the second, the person with a spec, is Robert Gentleman, right? and R is the initial word of these two great personalities, right? So, my dear participants, I just want to say that in case of any particular doubt, you are most welcome. As I believe in just the two-way communication. So I expect in case of any doubt, in case of any sharing, you can do that, right? So now the question is R. In 1995, everyone started, or since 1995, people started doing that. But, there were certain problems. And during, tenure of one decade, people started observing this thing. In 2011, another person, and the name of that person is J.J. Elliott. So J.J. Elliott just gave the concept and integrated this version. J.J. Elliott mentioned that why to use this R? Why not to make any kind of integrated version so that it will be user friendly? And finally, in 2010, they started working and just formally released on February 28, 2011. So since 2011, we people have been talking about what? R Studio, not R. Now the question is, what is difference between R and R Studio? Look, R, of course, that's why if you find, if you have noticed in my mail, that was there was mentioned what the first step, second step, and third step for installation of R Studio. So if you do not install R, directly you cannot install R Studio. So before installing R Studio, you must install R. Only then you can be working effectively. Otherwise, you can't. So difference is, later on, I'll be talking about what is the difference. But just to be precise, I'm talking about difference that in R, there is only one window, only one pane, whereas R Studio has 4 pane or 4 windows. I'll be talking about this thing. Okay, now the question is, majority of the scholars or majority of the academicians, they ask when I just delivered the lecture on a statistical tool analysis, people say, sir, is there any problem if I use R in my software? There is a little bit problem in R Studio, and the problem is what? That is in form of graphical depiction. Graphical depiction here means like tabular format. You people might have used SPSS. In that, it gives the tabular, result in a very, very it seems wonderful. But R Studio does not give the tabular form correctly in the sense that not like compared to this software, it does not give the good one. Now the question is, sir, what should you do? If I use R Studio in my work, will it be affecting negatively to my work? Will be there any kind of like misconception, and will it be rejected? Trust me, participants, just before 2018-19, I was using innumerable software. But after 2019, I just shifted myself on only R and greater. I'm talking about from the econometrics point of view, R and only greater. Why? There is reason. Generally, we publish the paper, like be it in form of high impact factor, be it A or ABDC A star. We publish paper, and if you mention the data has been utilized by this using, let's say PLSM, or you can say eViews. You mention this thing in data methodology part. You mention, when you mention this thing, you'll be in problem. Why you'll be in problem? There is a reason. In open access, there is option. You might have, I think you all are in the same domain, so you might be knowing this thing. In open access, there is a concept. You have to pay, it will be available. It's fine. In open access, there won't be any kind of problem. But when you do not like put your paper in open access, and sometimes you might be noticing when you go to Elsevier or any other, other publications, there might be given, if you download this, you have to pay $19, $40. It means what? It means indirectly your paper is being commercialized. To be precise, your paper is going to be commercialized. When your paper is going to be commercialized and you have employed a software which is pirated version, you will be in danger. Getting me? Yeah, of course. If it is used as student version, trial version, it's fine, no problem. But if the software is pirated version and you have used, you will be in danger. Now the question is how to tackle such type of problems. Option is R, freely available. Option is greater, freely available. Python, freely available. Innumerable other softwares are there which are freely available. So why not to use freely? The people, the professor, they have just put their much efforts into it and develop this R Studio. Why not to use this thing? Sir, problem is command. Sir, command, we have to put much command. Just I want to share, first time I learned computer, to be just because we all are in the same domain. So to be frank, first time I learned the computer, like the people, my kids, they are just they have started in nursery or KG or first class. I just understood or I started reading computer in my graduation part. In graduation, I do not have any kind of knowledge of command. Getting me? But we are just working in R. Trust me, dear, there is no any kind of command, and don't be in dilemma. Everything will be very crystal clear. Once you think, yes, I have to work on it. Look, actually, again, I'm just pinpointing that I'm not publicizing. But why I'm saying this thing? Because it is freely available. So why to put your cost in purchasing another software rather than this, which is available, right? And that is available for entire world, not for you, right? Now, the question is how it looks like this R, and let's see this thing. Why R? The benefits are given here, like it is open access software and user friendly. It helps to clean the messy and complex data set to make convenient. It creates just easiness in data visualization, analysis, and interpretation. It provides ample tools to developers to train and evaluate an algorithm and predict future events. It has tremendous amount of learning source. And finally is what? Cost effectiveness. These are the benefits of R, right? How to install R in R Studio? I have already sent a mail to all of you. This is the simple for Windows, and that is for Mac. R Studio, yes. If you open R Studio, you'll be finding this icon. By the way, this is known as PANS, P-A-N-E-S, right? Or you can say Windows also. So there are 4 PANs in R Studio. And the first one is what? R script. Second one is what? Data object. And third one is console. And finally, fourth one is files and plot. These are the 4 PANs or 4 windows in R Studio. Now come to R. I mentioned that later on I'll be talking about the difference between these 2 software. R. Here in R, there will be only one window, and that will be what? Console. Again, I'm repeating, in R, there will be only one window, and that is console, whereas in R Studio, we have 4 PANs. That's why this is integrated version. And R Studio, the integrated version is most useful for than simple R, right? Yes. I'm doing hands-on session, and the people who have just brought their laptop, they can also do simultaneously, right? Like here, I just want to show you. I write here what? R or RST. If you have already installed or if you have gone through my mail, you may find this R Studio app. And trust me, hardly takes 3 to 4 minutes to install it, not more than 3 or 4 minutes, right? So I just click double, I press here, and then I find what it is being opened. Yes. By the way, I'm just removing this all data set here from here. I hope this is visible clearly, right, my dear participants? Yeah. Yes. If you open first time, you might be getting like this. Let's suppose you might be getting like this, right? So initially it shows you have 3 pans, right? 3 windows. And then here, if you click, you may find 4 pans. Again, I'm repeating. So if you click here, you may find 4 pans. Done? Perfect. Now, this is the Fresh R Studio. Look, everything you'll be getting here, be it in form of graphical depiction, be it in form of data uploading, and then you can get the result also. I have shared a file with you, with all of you, and there are 4 files. 3 are in SPSS form and 1 is in Excel form, right? The question is, what we can do? Sir, you have discussed so many benefits about this R Studio. Yeah. No, sir. Yeah, that will be better. Click here. Thank you. It is fine. Okay. So thank you. Now the question is, like, you can use this R Studio as calculator also. How to use calculator? Look, here in this pan, like console pan, right? In console pan, there is what? Arrow. If you look at it, slider. If you look at it, arrow is given, slider. Yeah. This arrow, right? I'm talking about this arrow. If you bring your cursor here and you write here like 5 plus 5, enter, you'll be getting the answer. Like 9 minus 4, you'll be getting the answer. That function is known as mathematical operation in R. Right? So multiplication, addition, subtraction, all things can be done. Even complex, like if I write here RAM equal to 5, enter, and I write here RAM plus 7, enter, I'll be getting the answer. So this is your you can say mathematical operation. But of course, we can't do this in our research. Of course, we want our data and we want our analysis. So the first question, how to upload the file in R Studio? Be it your cross-sectional data, be it your panel data or time series data. You have to upload your file first. I have already shared files in SPSS as well as Excel format, right? We have to go to this environment, and in this environment, there is like import data set. So if I click on this import data set, you'll be getting some options like from text reader, from Excel, from SPSS, from SAS, and from SData. I request whosoever has brought laptop, just at least practice it. I know might be after workshop you won't be using, but at least here you can do, right? So if you, again, I'm repeating, go to this import data set, you may find innumerable options. Either you have saved your data in SPSS or in SAS or in Excel, you can upload all types of data here, right? My data right now, I have shared 3 files and not three, rather four files. Three files are in SPSS and one file in what? Excel. So I click on from SPSS. When I click on from SPSS, it will come like this icon, this window. The people who are using first time, it won't be coming like this. It might be saying something. Do you want to install something? RCPP, something like that. It may be giving like that. So you have to click on install. So within a jiffy, the moment you click on it, within a jiffy, you'll be getting this icon, right? And then you can browse. Wherever you have just put your data, or wherever you have saved your data, like in my case, I have saved in desktop, and that is this. So I'm going to just open survey file. So I click, simply I press double click here. When I press double click here, it is coming like this. And then I click on import. When I click on import, you'll be finding your data. It means now your data is uploaded. Sure. I go to this import data set. I click on, here I'm clicking on SPSS. Why? Because my data is available in SPSS. In case your data is available in like be it your SAS or Stata or Excel, you can do that. Even the file which is available in Word file can be also uploaded here. And trust me, Word file cannot be, cannot be accessed in any other software. So I click on from SPSS, right, ma'am? If I click on from SPSS, it might be giving like this. I hope you are getting. Yes, click on this. And then is this coming like this? Yes. After that, click on browse. When you click on browse, wherever you have saved your file, like I have saved my file that is in desktop, and then I just get my data. The name of file is survey file. So I do double press and then I click on import. When I click on import, it will be showing like this. Okay. Now the question is, it's fine. The moment you upload, you might be getting one thing. I think majority of you might have used SPSS and MOS or any other software, be it in form of even eViews also. Can anybody tell me what you have noticed from here? You might have used any other software. Did you get in any software that how many observations you have in your file? The moment you upload the file, can you get it? Yes, in my data, these are the number of observations. These are the number of responses collected from respondents. Yeah, anyone? My dear participants, again, I'm repeating, the question is, have you noticed one thing, that the moment you upload the file, you have found something which is not given in any other software. And that is what? The moment you upload, you might be noticing, yes, 243 observation and 33 variables. This is one of the benefits which cannot be found in any other software. You have to look at it, right? So 243 observations and 33 variables. By the way, this is cross-sectional data. This is not time series or panel data. The data, and I think the people who are belonging to HR and marketing, they might have heard about this. This is related to what? Quality, satisfaction, behavioral intention, and loyalty. 5 variables I have just included here: satisfaction, behavioral intention, loyalty, and quality. And of course, everyone is aware with this thing. Now the question is, yes, sir, this is cross-sectional data. How to do? First thing, after uploading the file, R is like Hanumanji. You have to remind, yes, you can do this. And vast knowledge, innumerable things, vast capacity to do, right? But you have to remind. Now the question is how to remind. Look, in this just near to this arrow, if I write like first thing, when you upload the file, first thing you have to attach the file. ATT, it automatically, when you just write 3 letter, it may show you in drop down box. And here we have to click attach, and then write the name of your what file. Like in my case, what is the name of file? The name of file is survey. So simply I write SUR, automatically it will show you in drop down box. So no need to write entire letters of your file. And then I select it. So what I did, attach and survey, and then enter. Now the question is, sir, you have already uploaded the file. Why are you attaching? Like we say in human, attachment, isn't it? The same thing happens in our studio also. Attachment matters a lot, be it in form of software or be it in forms of a human being. So here we have to attach the file. Attach the file means what? Recalling, yes, now you have this this data, you can work on it. So I have just attached the file. One suggestion here, never write all the letters of your file. Only three letters. Automatically it will consider. Like here, I mentioned ATT. Automatically it will come, attach. And then your file name, which is your SUR. Automatically it will show you the survey, and then you press enter. So your file is, now your file is ready. After making the file ready, you can do whatever you want. Like first thing is what? Everyone is interested in knowing the descriptive statistic, pattern of the data. How to know the pattern of the data? By simply writing what? SUMM. By the way, you might be knowing descriptive statistic is also known as what? Summary statistics. In majority of the paper, you might have found it. So here, this descriptive statistic is given in form of summary. So I write here summary, and then I write any particular variable name. Right? Right now I'm writing satisfaction. Right? And then enter. You might have got the result here. Look. Summary, the moment you write summary, you will be getting the result, and that is what? In form of MIN, mean. Mean here means minimum value, then first quartile, median, mean, third quartile, and finally what? Maximum value. So summary, there is the command summary. And then again, like if I write here summary, and then what? Loyalty, then you write loyalty and enter. Finally, you'll be getting this thing. Right? So summary is the command, and with the help of that, you'll be getting the summary statistic or descriptive statistic. Then you might have, like if I want to know the histogram, how to do that? Because generally, when you report your result, specifically I'm talking about for the cross-sectional data, you are very much interested in normality. If my data is normally distributed, you become so happy. There is no, limitation of the happiness, isn't it? Oh my God, my data is normally distributed. Wonderful. You start sharing this with your friends, with your colleagues, even with your parents also, isn't it? Of course, it has to be. And even there are innumerable ways to just make your data normalized. Now the question is, one of the ways is to just check with the help of histogram, isn't it? With the help of histogram, you can also check the normality. So how to do that? Simply you write HIST, and then write down here satisfaction and enter. Look, I hope it is visible, isn't it? So this is your what? Histogram. I hope till now there is no any problem. Yeah. Yes. No. Yes. I'll just come into this step. But for histogram, you have to do separately. So What do you think? Do you think that this is normally distributed or not? Yeah, any idea? The people who are using cross-sectional data, any idea? Because frankly speaking, in time series or panel data, normality does not matter. Either your, data is normally distributed or not. For time series panel data, it does not matter. The matter is stationarity. In time series or panel data, stationarity matters a lot, not the normality. Yeah, anyone? You may say, sir, it seems, it might be, it seems like it may be or may not be. And of course, it will be tested. A test will be saying, isn't it? A test will be saying, like sometimes we go to doctor, we say, what is happening? Then what is your problem? You'll be saying, you'll be mentioning, yes, I'm having this cold, cough, fever. It may be of any because of any particular reason. But adject, when you apply test, only then it come just you come to know, oh my God, it's a kind of dengue. It's not the malaria. It's not the like COVID, isn't it? We say like this. The same thing happens here in case of data also. It seems, but adject, it will come to, or you may come to know by applying test only. And you have innumerable tests to check the normality. Now the question is, as one of the participants asked, okay, sir, every time you have to compute this, every time you have to compute like this, sir, I have used here summary. Tomorrow might be I'll forget what is the command of descriptive statistic, but in any other software, I just click, I get the result. Is there any way here? Of course, dear, there is. How? Till now, whatever you have done, R is, as I said, R is very smart. How it is smart? Whatever you are doing, it is being recorded. It is being recorded. I'm saying, I'm not saying it is being recorded here. I'm saying it is being recorded in R Studio itself. But where is it? Go to history. Look, if you click on history, it is given here. I hope you might have noticed it. I started from this. Everything is written here. The people who are using, just check it. Isn't it? I have done attached survey. I have done summary satisfaction, summary loyalty, and his satisfaction. So no need to be worried here. Even you walk tomorrow, we'll be getting, yes, summary is the command of descriptive statistic, right? Hist is the command of histogram. Everything is there. Now the question is, sir, how to do that? Simply, let's suppose I go to this summary, I press enter. Automatically it will come in console, and then if you enter, you'll get the result. Again, I'm repeating what I did. As I mentioned that everything is available in what? History. History means what? Past. It means in past, whatever you have done, that is stored, that is available, right? And history is given to you to get the help, not to misinterpret it. So I just go to this hist, I press enter, I get this result in my, you can say, console, and then enter. You'll be getting the result. Similarly, I can click on this summary and then enter, I'll get the result. This is one help. Another help is like, since the initial of this workshop, whatever I have done, even no need to go to history. History is like, yes, I work today. If I go to, if I work tomorrow, it will be fine. I'll work on history. But now the question is, right now, I have written here like SUMM summary, and then I write SATI satisfaction, and then enter. Sometimes we become so lazy, isn't it? We become so lazy, even though we do not want, oh my God, it becomes so laziness by just writing the command. No need to write even. No need to write. You may be surprised. How? Just do that arrow up. Whatever you have done till now, everything is available. Like just I'm doing arrow up, it is coming. I'm not writing. I'm not writing. Am I writing here? No. Just I'm pressing on arrow up, it is coming. Right? Like here, whatever I have done, everything is coming here. Arrow up, arrow down. Like let's suppose I want to do summary, and I have written here summary satisfaction, and then I got enter. I do not want satisfaction, I want loyalty. I just do like this, and then I write here loyalty. And then enter, I'll be getting the result. So in this way, we can do a little bit about the basic thing in our studio. Now, moving further ahead, as one of the participants asked, sir, you have done descriptive statistic of one variable and then again do just another variable. It means it's a very, very lengthy process. But in any other software, I just click, I get entire things in one click. You might be saying, just wait, dear. There is also that option. How to do? Very simple. You write here SUMM summary, and then you write what? File name. What is the name of file? Survey. And then enter. Now you have got descriptive statistic of all the variables. In one go, you can get the descriptive statistic of all the variables. Is this fine? Yeah, I hope. Am I audible to everyone? Now, but you may be surprised, sir, you have written here profession, income, gender. Sir, I have got the descriptive statistic mean, median, mode of gender also. How? You can't say I'm male by 1 and I'm female by 0.5. I'm male by 0.75. Can you say like that? No, it means there is no use. There is no use of categorical variable, non-metric, so-called non-metric data. So what do we do? We separate. Generally, there is no use of descriptive statistic of categorical data, or we say non-metric data. Now, so again, the problem is there. You have written here all the variables. I simply write here one, the command, and that is what summary and file name. I get all these things, right? Now, how to do that? So there is also one of the option. Option is I'm saving. I'm just separating. Rather than saying separating, what I'm writing, I'm writing all the 4 variables. Like I want descriptive statistic of what? Satisfaction, behavioral intention, loyalty, and quality. Right? I want this one. This is working? Yeah, I hope. So what I'm writing here, what? Like satisfaction, behavioral intention, loyalty, and quality. I want only the descriptive statistic of these 4 variables. I do not want of entire file. Is this possible? Yes. Generally, what we do, we compute of only these variables, isn't it? We compute for the factors, not for the categorical variables. The people who are using cross-sectional data, isn't it? We use what? For the metric data, not for the non-metric data. Now the concern is how to do that. So what I'm writing here, X equal to data dot F. What I have written here, X equal to data dot F, automatically it comes data dot frame. I write here data dot frame, and then I just gather, I just write these 4 construct or variables in one go, like satisfaction, enter, comma, behavioral intention, comma, and then quality, right? And then enter. What happened? Have you noticed anything? Yeah, the participants, what have you noticed? The moment you write this command, what you get another file has come. Earlier it was server, now it is also showing X. I have written here, I have given the like X. You can give, you can generate by writing your own name, right? Like Ram, Shyam, Ghanshyam, Parshuram, Rita, Sita, Gita, Babita, whatever you want to write. you can save it instead of this X. And then what you can do, simply you write summary, right? And then you write X and enter. Look, I hope you have got it. The moment you write X, now you have what? Descriptive statistic of only those variables which you want. Neither your entire file or nor a single variable, whatever you want, you can do that. So now the question is, what happened? Data.frame. Data.frame is the command that helps you to just write all the construct variables in what? Together, right? I hope this is fine. Dear participants, any doubt? No doubt. This is your cross-sectional data. As I mentioned, R is vast. You can do time series and panel data. The people who are using time series or panel data, just I want to say, for cross-sectional data, there are innumerable options. Instead of R, you can do any other software. You can apply any other software. But trust me, dear, the people who are using time series or panel, for them, actually, I do not have much experience, but whatever experience I have, I can say this thing adamantly to anyone that there is no substitute of R. Even I have used innumerable software, but I have not found wavelet analysis in any other software. I have not found dynamic conditional correlation, Diebold Ilsmark. These are the advanced model which are available for time series, right? But these are available in R. Now the question is, what you have to do? What you have to do for that? Look, whatever you have got, like you write SUMM, automatically it will come so many options, isn't it? These are your inbuilt option. Inbuilt, there are two things. Inbuilt option means like you do not have to install any other particular thing, isn't it? Like sometimes, look, think like that. We people just eat whatever available in our home, isn't it? Sometimes we feel ki I do not have much energy. What do you think? What do you do? You take energy drink, isn't it? Might be any vitamin tablet or might be any other particular thing. For what? To just support, extra support, isn't it? Which is not provided by your basic foods. The same thing happens in our studio. Whatever you have done till now, that is what your cross-sectional data. But extra support or extra function is also there, but you have to install the package. I use the term package. Remember what I used? I use the term package. Package here does not mean salary. Package here means extra support. Extra support for what? Extra support for your command, right? Or any other kind of uses, right? Now, how to install the package? Look, if you install, or if you are going to work, if you are working on cross-sectional, it's fine. You can go without installing the packages. But I'm just moving to the time series data, right? So there is a package. As I mentioned, you have to recall. This is Hanumanji. You have to recall, yes, you can do this. So I'm going to recall, sir, you can do that. How? For that, I have to install the package. How to install the package? If you are going to work on time series or you are going to work on panel data, you have to install it. So I go to here. I go to tools. When I go to tools, there is option install packages. Even the people who are like using measurement model, a structure model in a structure equation modeling, you can do, but you have to install package. Basic package is inbuilt like summary or etc. But for advanced version, you have to install the package. So I click here, install packages. Within a Jiffy, it has come this box, but in order to install the package, you must have internet. If you do not have internet, you cannot install the package. No. Freely available, right? So I'm writing here, which package we require? Which package we require? We require, I'm just writing the name, T-series. You might be surprised, sir, you are talking about T-series. Gulshan Kumar T-series? No, dear. T-series stands here time series. T-series stands here time series, right? So I go to this tools, click on install package, and then I have to write T-series and then click on install. So within a Jiffy, might be 5 to 6 seconds, you'll be getting, and yes, now it is installed, right? Within a Jiffy, hardly it will take 5 seconds. So your package is installed. Now what you have to do, you have to recall it by library, T-series, and then enter. Remember, two things I have done. First, when you are going to upload the file, you have to write attachment, like human being, right? Attachment, that's why I do attach. And the second one is library package. If you do like this, you can do anything in RStudio. There is nothing which is left. There is nothing which is left from this RStudio. Everything is available, right? So library T-series, I have just recalled it. Now, how to know the package has been installed or not? Look, here in this file, plot and package, there are innumerable packages. There are two ways through which you can just know either any particular package is installed or not. First thing is, like if I write T-series, automatically it will show you here, right? Automatically it will show you here. If it is not showing, it means it has not been installed. Now you can just upload your file, you can do exercise, whatever you want. Like in my case, I have given you the data, and the name of that data is, I have shared you the data, and the name of that data is what? Let's say that is your Excel. Yes, so click on browse, go to desktop and F3, then the data is available in monetary benefit. And then I click on import. Let's assume I have not given the date. Let's assume that this is your time series data. So how to do? It simply means I have to attach, and the name of file is what? Monetary benefit. Have you noticed one thing by using this RStudio? Yeah, any other participants or anyone? The moment I uploaded file, the existing file is even remained. It has not been replaced. So simultaneously, you can do on innumerable files, which is rarely available in any other software. I'm not saying that it is not available, this function or this help in any other software. I'm saying rarely available. So in one go, you can work on innumerable files. Getting me? So after that, I want to see the trend of this salary. Either salary is as the time goes up, or sorry, as the time increases, either your salary is also increasing or not. So simply, I want to check the trend, because the people who are using time series or panel, they are more interested in trend, right? So I write here plot dot ts, plot dot ts. Ts here means time series. So I select this plot dot ts and I write here SALA. It comes salary, and then I press enter. This is your trend, right? This is your trend. It is just like it started from here, increasing and just going down, again increasing, and like that. So what you can say, sir, this is like a stock market. Sometimes goes up, sometimes goes down, isn't it? So in this way, you can check the what? You can check the trend of any particular variable. Yes, I'm coming to this one. Till now, is there any problem? No problem? Well, we have done cross-sectional data, we have done time series data. With the help of this T-series package, you can do any particular test, be it in terms of a stochastic trend, deterministic trend, or in form of any other particular test, like testing of stationarity. Now the question is, let's talk about what? How to do panel data analysis. So again, we require package, and in this world, whatever majority of the companies using short form, and R is very smart. R has used entire short form. How? Let's see that. Like you have seen, T series is for what? Time series, right? For cross-sectional data, no need to install any particular software. For panel, what you require? We require PLM. PLM, panel linear model, right? So we can install PLM package for panel data analysis. How to do? Again, go to these tools, click on install package, and then you can write here PLM, and then select it, click on install, and within a jiffy, it will be installed. So T series, not for Gulshan Kumar, rather time series. T series is for time series analysis. PLM is for the panel data analysis. And of course, for cross-sectional data, there is no requirement of cross data analysis. Yeah. Yeah, there are innumerable packages. You have to go for the cross data analysis, right? Like factor analysis are there, you can say a structure model, everything is there, but you have to go to this. On Google, if you write, what is the package for this, you'll be getting this. There is no need to be panicked, right? Because in this 1.5 hours, we can discuss whatever I'll try my level best to capture all these things, which or whatever can be done to the maximum or to the great extent, right? Now my PLM package has been installed, right? What you have to do now? Yeah, library, and then package name like PLM, and enter. So it is loaded. You can work, you can analyze, and you can do whatever you want. I have discussed till now all these panel data, time series data, or cross-sectional data analysis. Till now, there is no problem, right? Now you may say, sir, it's fine. You have done descriptive statistic, but in descriptive statistic, I have not found a standard deviation, skewness, kurtosis. Where is it? Isn't it? If I write here summary, if I write summary and I write here satisfaction, what you get? You get only this thing. Have you got any other advanced version of a descriptive statistic? Skewness, curtaceous? No. Tell me one thing. When you eat chapati and vegetable, you will be getting the energy equivalent to it. You won't be getting the benefit of energy drink, isn't it? For that, again, you have to focus on energy drink. The same thing happens here. So you have to install the package. And what is the name of that package? The name of that package is, like, I go to this tools, click on install package, and I write here there is option FinTS also, and F basics. It is coming F basics, right? So I'm just using F basics rather than FinTS or any other package. I click here F basics and I write install. Within a jiffy, it will be installed. Right? So now my package has been installed. Yeah, one thing I have just forgotten to just mention. Every time you do not have to, you might be some wondering, sir, every day you have to install this. No, dear, no. Once you install, it will remain in your laptop forever until or unless your laptop is crashed. It will remain there. No need to install again and again. But what you are supposed to do, you have to recall, yes, you can do this. So I write here, library, F basics, automatically it comes, and then enter. And then you can write basic stats, enter, and then you write whatever you want, like satisfaction, and enter. Look, advanced, miss advanced here. This is not basic statistic. Rather, you can say advanced statistics. Isn't it? I hope everyone has got it. Now, let me talk about what does it mean, or what are the components of this descriptive statistic. NOVs. NOV means number of observations, like you have seen here, 243. Number of observations. NA means null value. Be it in cross-sectional data or time series or panel data, sometimes in our initial analysis, in data screening, we just miss this, right? So this is what N is. NA means null value, and there is no any kind of non-numeric value, 0. Minimum, maximum, first quartile, third quartile, mean, median, sum. SE mean. SE mean here means a standard error mean. Then LCL, you might have heard about low confidence, high confidence interval, lower confidence interval. The same thing is there. Lower confidence interval mean, upper confidence interval mean, variance, standard deviation, skewness, and curtaceous. So this is what, this is the command, and with the help of that command, you come to know the advanced statistics. Now, the question is, sir, you have done wonderful, but of course, we have practiced not to only remain this with software. I want in my paper, isn't it? How to do, or how to copy and paste in my research paper? Very simple. Simply select it, right? Do right click. It means copy. Again, I'm repeating. Simply select it, right? Then copy, and finally put wherever you want. Just do Control V. You can paste there. Like I'm just pasting it in Microsoft Word. Right? So I do Control V, or might be I can do like this also. Where is it? I don't know. Yeah. So here I do Control V. You're getting it. I don't know why it is not coming. Yeah, just a second. You can do simply like control, copy and paste there. Right? So it has been done here, copy and paste. Similarly, you can do for what? You can do for your like figure also. Let's suppose this is my time series plot. Right? How to do that? Click on this export, right? And then you get copy to clipboard and then copy plot. And finally, you can paste wherever you want. Like I can paste here. Right? So in this way, you can copy and paste your work on your paper. Right? I hope there is no problem till now. Any question? Yeah. Automatically it comes. I'm not writing view. View here means like, let's suppose I want to view any particular thing. You can view it. Like, let's suppose I'm writing summary and then I write summary. You can say satisfaction. Enter. View simply helps you to look at your variables in it. Right? Either you write views or you write, let's suppose satisfaction, and then enter. In entire number of observations you will look at. Like I have 243 observations. So simply I write the name of variable, automatically you can view it. Right? Now, the question is, yes, this is, I just kept in the mind that all group of scholars, including time series, panel, or cross sections are there, just considering this thing I have mentioned here. Another thing is normality. You people might be interested in how to check the normality. Generally, the test of normality differs from data to data, right? Cross-sectional, another test, time series or panel data, another test, isn't it? Yeah, Naina, can you tell me that for panel or time series, which test is available for this? Okay, if I write here Sapiro, I'm talking about for the cross-sectional. You might have heard about Sapiro test for normality, isn't it? Automatically it comes. I do not have to do anything. I simply write SHAP, automatically it comes Sapiro.test. And I write Sapiro.test, and then I write any particular variable like satisfaction, and then enter. We'll be getting the result of Sapiro-Wilk normality test. Right? In this way, for time series or panel data, what we use specifically for what? Specifically for, you can say, time series or panel, the test is Jarque-Bera test. You might have heard about it. JAR, automatically it comes Jarque.Bera.test. So very simple. I write here Jarque-Bera test, and then I write any particular variable which is in form of time series, like my another file which is in form of monetary benefit. There is mentioned salary. Salary is mentioned here as one of the variables. So I write here SAL. Automatically, salary will appear in this drop-down box. I select it, and then I press enter. Right. So this is about your testing of normality. Yeah. So one of the participants online has mentioned that how to do other cross-section test, cross-section dependency test. Yeah, Vandana, if I talk about cross-section dependency test, that may be applied in form of panel data, right? I hope, Banna, you are able to listen to me. Again, I'm repeating. When you talk about cross-section dependency test, that is related to the panel data, because panel data combines both of the data. This is the combination of cross-sectional as well as time series data. So in this, we talk about cross-section dependency test or unobserved heterogeneity. And for that, there is CD-Pesaran test. Right, Vanna? So CD-Pesaran test is there, and we can do that. But again, this is for the panel data, right? So this panel data, or I mean normality, is not here meant for this cross-sectional dependency. Now the question is normality. We all know that, let's suppose in this data set there are 243 observations, right? So if I say satisfaction is normally distributed, what does it mean? It simply means that majority of the values, majority of the observations are near to the mean value. We say in advanced version, when you say normality, you say, sir, it is bell-shaped cup. We know bell-shaped cup, but if rickshaw puller, just you are going somewhere with a rickshaw puller wants to know normality. How can you define? Very simple. Majority of the values are near to the mean value or average value. That is, of course, normally distributed. Like, let's say, if there are 40 participants, right? Majority are in age group of what? 30 to 35. Sorry, I mean, some people might be less than 30. Extremely sorry for that. So if I say 30 to 35, it means majority of the people are just near to it. If you do the average, majority of the people are near to it. It means normally distributed, but some might be 20 years or 21 years also, isn't it? Scholars who might be, that will be a kind of compliment, right? Or even students also. So if someone is 21 years, it means what? Is this outlier or not? This is outlier. People say, sir, only the upper limit will be counted as outlier, not the small. No, it can be even lower level also. If the values are not matching in between, right? Then that will be your this. Now, so in this discussion, I have covered all types of things. I'll be taking over only 5 minutes because I'll be winding up on time. So don't worry for that. Now the question is how to test the normality. Sir, you have given the result, but how to interpret it? How to interpret it? The null hypothesis is what? Anyone? Yeah, my dear participants. Sabia, what is null hypothesis? For normality. We say my data is normally distributed. Just oppose it. Generally, when you say null hypothesis, it means no. You might be using no. Isn't it? There is no significant difference between X and Y. There is no significant impact of quality on satisfaction. There is no significant impact of this and that. But here, just opposite. For normality, it happens just opposite. It means satisfaction is normally distributed, right? Now, if I say satisfaction is normally distributed, you all know how to reject or how to know either null hypothesis is accepted or rejected, isn't it? What do you say? We say p-value. If p-value is greater than 0.05, what do you say? Null hypothesis is not rejected. I mean, I can't say like this, but of course, generally we do not say accepted. We have to say not rejected, right? Accepted, right? Here we can discuss. So if p-value is greater than 5%, it means null hypothesis is accepted, right? And when it is less than, null hypothesis is rejected. So as per your observation, what do you think? Right? My p-value here, Shapiro will test. P-value says what? 0.01042. It means less than 5%. Isn't it? Less than 5%. What does it mean? It means my null hypothesis is rejected. So satisfaction is what? Satisfaction is not normally distributed. Look, Again, I'm just coming to the hist, and then I write satisfaction, and then enter. What we have noticed? Sir, it might be, but exact will be tested particular by using particular test, and we have used, and finally we conclude yes, sir, our result is just validating the histogram. As per even histogram, we've noticed satisfaction is not normally distributed, and I applied Shapiro will test also, and somewhere the data is not normal. What will you do? The question is, what will you do? We find outlier, we remove outlier, and then again we apply. Right? And trust me, I simply said here, we have to identify outlier, and then we can do. But we all know a little bit tedious task is it. But it is not like a complicated. It's time consuming, but of course we can do. So I have discussed about entire things, whatever I can do in 1.5 hours. Now time is about to be over, but at last, I just want to say, this is my suggestion. This is not your compulsion. Yes, you have to use RStudio. Number one. Again, I'm repeating, this is my suggestion, but this is not your compulsion. You prefer whatever you want. But it is not necessary. In any particular paper, if you use this software or that software, only your paper will be accepted. No, dear, it is not like that. Reviewers are not bothered about which tools, rather I must say, which software you have used. They're not bothered. They want only the significance value, and they want the justification that why significant value. If I say null hypothesis is accepted or rejected, why? What is the justification of it? This thing. Another thing is, like, if you talk about any particular activities, be it in form of Scopus, be it in form of ABDC A, ABDC B, ABDC C, or A star, or etc., ABS3, whatever we say. In this session, I have not mentioned about how to accept or how to reject, but of course, our priority is to just cover this research methodology. My another suggestion is, people prefer to a great extent, yes, if you have applied any particular wonderful tool and test, your paper will be accepted. No, dear, it is not like that. Paper is being accepted or rejected not only by the methodology part. Remember, there are 5 sections of the society. I mean here 5 sections of society mean I'm saying 5 sections of research papers. For research environment, this is our society. That's why I'm just quoting here. And each and every chapter you have to treat like your family members. Remember, family members. If you do not treat all the chapters as your family member, definitely your paper won't be accepted. You focus, you give priority to whom? You give priority. It simply means if you have used, you have given more priority on methodology, it means you are less bothered with introduction. Introduction will be angry and it will say, your paper won't be accepted. Why? Because you have excluded me. You have not paid attention on me. Introduction plays a very vital role. It says like that, isn't it? So each and every section is equally important. Equally important. And out of these 5 sections, I have just briefly explained about methodology. So by saying this thing, I simply want to say thank you very much for listening me so patiently. And if any kind of query you have, be it in any particular form, you are most welcome. Yeah. Yeah. Just a second. Before going to this, one of the questions I have found from Vanna, if we produce results or any graph using RStudio, should I do off? Yeah, understood. Yeah. So if you produce results or any graph using our software, should we mention in the in paper? You can mention, but there is no any compulsion, right? Sometimes you find in paper, yes, by using this software I have generated, using that software I have generated, but in majority of the time you do not get it, right, Vanna? Okay, thank you. Yeah.
For this satisfaction, loyalty,
Yeah.
everything. Sir, for the cross-sectional data, we use mostly Likert scale. And
Yeah, this is Likert scale.
so how have you like combined
Yes.
it over here?
On the, from this, no,
Yes,
I have
sir.
just, this is your standard loading. You might have heard about
Yeah.
it.
Yes,
A
sir.
standard loading.
So you have just
Yes,
calculated
yes,
that in
yes,
SPSS
yeah.
and then put it into
Yes, this is a
Okay.
standard loading.
That's why we were just getting confused. That
No
how
issue, no issue, no
we
issue.
have to do that for our studio. We have to.
Yes, of
check
course,
that
of course. Without a standard loading, how can you just, because let's suppose satisfaction has five, you know, the five questions, five statements.
Yeah.
But overall, you want, no?
Yes, sir.
So that's why for this particular purpose, I have covered.
So we have to do that in SPSS and then come back to the R studio.
Yes. Right. Be it in form of SPSS, rather than doing this, go for the PLS or you can say MOS. That would be the better. Yeah. Any other question? Yeah, ma'am.
Sir, you said our studio or our software is it covers everything. So will it be good for doing panel data regression?
Of course, ma'am. It can be done. Advanced version, even integrated.
Is it better than Gretel or Stata?
We can't say better or less, but they all are equal. Stata, Gretel, they are a little bit better in terms of the graphical representation only. Otherwise, everything is fine here in terms of our studio.
So for that, we also need to install packages, required
Yes,
packages,
yes,
and
yes.
then we can do it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course, we can check, but we have to go for the no, package is not there. If you go for only factor loading, you'll be getting it. But actually, I do not have much time here to discuss about entire things. That's why I do not discuss. Right. But everything, even on Google, you search, you may be getting it. And one thing is that if you want like package, some people have established the package. Even you can do the package. You can experiment and you can send this R environment. Yes, I have created this package like T series. Like any other package you can do, and then you can give to the R studio, right? Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing with us your deep knowledge about data analysis using RStudio. Learning the data analysis on R programming is surely worthwhile for one's future career, as the demand for R is increasing exponentially day by day. Your session was full of valuable knowledge. Now, I would like to request Dr. Anjali Munde, Associate Professor at Amity College of Commerce and Finance, to propose vote of thanks.
Yeah, it gives me an immense pleasure to propose the vote of thanks. Thank you so much, sir, for such an informative session, which was enriched with knowledge and experiential learning, along with a stimulating and comprehensive presentation. The workshop developed a deeper understanding of data analysis, along with hands-on experience on analyzing and interpreting the data using RStudio. We are grateful for your time and effort you have taken to share your knowledge and experience with the participants. It was great to learn from your vivid pool of experience. Our sincere thanks to the participants as well. I'm sure it was a unique opportunity to learn, and in your future research, you would like to apply these concepts as well, right? So with this, we like to conclude this workshop on research methodology. Now, I would invite all the registered participants. They are invited for high tea in the foyer area. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. On behalf of ICACCF, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, I would like to welcome you all to participate in the Technical Session 6 on Journal Management at the 5th International Conference on Digital Transformation and Sustainability in Business Practices. With digital transformation, sustainability in business has become an opportunity. Sustainability aims at integrating environment and social concern in business decision making. Business leaders need to reallocate capital resources and reshape finance to mitigate sustainability risk. The future holds unparalleled opportunity for sustainable business practices. Changing the way we do business is essential to addressing the challenges of a sustainable business environment. The shift is already visible with startups realizing the power of design in transforming the business. We need to disrupt business in a manner that has never been seen before, and that can only happen with the creative spark shaped by advancements in commerce, management, and entrepreneurship under the umbrella of Industry 4.0. To address the above mentioned challenges of Industry 4.0 and to highlight the changing nature of reforms specifically directed towards management, we are organizing this technical session. The technical session on journal management will include papers on the following indicating topics: business for society, approaching sustainable digitalization anew, benefits and cost of industrial transformation, corporate innovation and creativity, corporate restructuring strategies, capitalizing on ICT, logistic issues in global business, challenges in B2B and B2C, economic reforms and sustainable development, digital transformation in education, business ethics, corporate governance, and human values. The chair for this technical session is Dr. Renu Yadav. She is an associate professor at Department of Management at Ideal Institute of Management and Technology, GGSIPU. She has work experience of more than 13 years. She is an expert in the management field. She has done her BTech from Mahila Institute of Technology, GGSIPU, in the year 2002. She has done her MBA from Delhi Institute of Advanced Studies, GGSIPU, Dwarka, Delhi. She has qualified her UGC NET in management. She completed her PhD in management from Noida International University, Greater Noida. She has presented various technical papers as prestigious national and international conferences. She has published research papers in peer-reviewed journals of international repute. She has also written a book on services marketing. I would like to request Dr. Anjali Munde to present memento as token of appreciation to Dr. Renu Yadav. Moving on towards 10 minutes will be given for paper presentation and next 5 minutes will be question answer session. Our first presenter is Ms. Sushma Maurya. She is an associate professor at Janki Devi Memorial College, Delhi University. Topic of her presentation is Sustainability Reporting in India, a review of literature.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to present my paper on sustainability reporting in India, a review of literature. Beginning with the introduction, the Bertland Report on World Commission on Environment and Development by United Nations has defined sustainable development as a development which meets the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And this definition has become very apt today, keeping in mind the climate change and the depletion of natural resources. So it has become imperative for business organizations to embed sustainability into their core business strategy by considering social and environmental issues apart from the economic performance. KPMG in 2020 in its global survey in 52 countries has stated that sustainability reporting and ESG reporting is now widely recognized by financial stakeholders as a critical component of corporate reporting. And that is why various stakeholders are now increasingly demanding information on the same. These are the objectives of my study: to understand the interrelationship among various related concepts like sustainability reporting, CSR, and corporate sustainability, to build theoretical framework for sustainability reporting by establishing linkage between various theories of SR, to provide an overview of regulatory framework of sustainability reporting in India, to critically analyze some of the past researches on sustainability reporting in India during the last decade, to find out the research gaps in literature, and to lay down the future scope of research, particularly in Indian context. The research methodology of my paper is basically a descriptive approach with the qualitative research methodology. We have examined, studied, and analyzed the content of various journal articles, research papers, studies, and other sources which are relating to our research objective, and summarize their findings. We have also used web-based sources like websites of GRI, KPMG, and Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And the study is entirely based on secondary sources of data because it is a conceptual and review-based study. Now, beginning with sustainability reporting, GRI, that is Global Reporting Initiative, the most dominant organization across the world, and the organization which has given the framework for sustainability reporting, has defined sustainability reporting as the practice of measuring, disclosing, and being accountable to internal and external stakeholders for organizational performance towards the goal of sustainable development. So this concept is basically based on triple bottom line given by Elkington. It deals with the preparation of a sustainability report or a business responsibility report if we talk about Indian context. And in nutshell, we can say that sustainability reporting is a process that helps organizations in setting vision, mission, and goals for measuring their performance and managing changes towards a sustainable global economy. CSR is something that we all know, so I'm not going into much detail, but I'll take one formal definition given by ISO 26000, which defines as the responsibility of an organization for the impact of its decision and activities on society and environment through transparent and ethical behavior. There are numerous definitions of CSR, but still there is no universally accepted definition of CSR. Many a times sustainability and CSR are being confused. They seem to be same, but they are not. Theoretically, they are different. Concept of CSR is older than sustainability, and it dates back to 1950s. And the two terms may seem interchangeable, as I've said, but theoretically they have certain differences, as CSR is concerned with the past, while sustainability is forward-looking. Sustainability is a much wider concept than CSR, and CSR is just a tool to achieve sustainability. If we talk about corporate sustainability, which is the newer version of sustainability and which is a buzzword today for the corporations, since last century, several studies emphasize the role of corporate sustainability for achieving sustainable development, as mentioned here in my presentation. It can be viewed as the result of management attempts to tackle challenges posed by the need for corporation to move towards the sustainability. In this figure, which is presented in the work of Merwick 2003, taken from Erasmus University, they have very aptly shown the relationship between CSR, corporate sustainability, and triple bottom line concept. The corporations, while trying to balance people, profit, and planet, they use CSR as a means to achieve this, and while aiming at the final outcome of achieving corporate sustainability in the long run. The major theories of sustainability reporting are agency theory, legitimacy, stakeholder, and institutional theory, and which I'm taking in brief. The first is agency theory, which is based on shareholders theory, given by Milton Friedman. This theory is basically based on the difference between the interest of the management and the shareholders, which creates information asymmetry between the two. And that is why the outsiders or the other stakeholders demand greater returns for compensating for this increased risk due to information asymmetry. So sustainability reporting reduces this information asymmetry and risk perceived by the investors, and it leads to market efficiency and reduces the cost of capital to the firm. That is one explanation. Second is stakeholder theory, which says that Organizations have an obligation not just towards the shareholders, but towards all the stakeholders, including creditors, customers, suppliers, employees, government, community at large, and even the future generations. So a business should not take into account only the economic performance, but it also should take into account its environmental performance, its corporate governance, and other social issues. So it has been found by the researchers that stakeholder theory is the dominant and most useful theory in explaining sustainability reporting. Next theory is institutional theory. This theory emphasizes on the role of systems and institutions in influencing social and environmental performance of an organization. It implies that regulatory agencies, government, consumers, and so many other bodies have they create pressure on the organization towards the adoption of sustainability practices and their reporting. And the most recent example is the adoption of BRSR, or is the implementation of BRSR by SEBI in May 2020, that I will come to later. Now, if we see that all these theories are interrelated, they are not competing, but they are complementary, and they together can be used to explain the motives behind sustainability reporting, and they provide the theoretical framework for sustainability reporting. Coming to the regulatory framework for sustainability reporting in India, it basically comprises of three pillars. Yesterday also, some of the experts talked about it. I will briefly mention it. First is the National Voluntary Guidelines. In 2011, Ministry of Corporate Affairs issued these guidelines based on 9 core principles, ranging from ethics and transparency to environment, inclusive development, and providing value to the customers. And these guidelines are in line with the framework given by the Global Reporting Initiative. The basic rationale behind these guidelines is to provide a platform to companies in India to adopt these sustainability reporting practices in a better manner. Second is the Companies Act. The new Companies Act, with its mandatory CSR provision, has also mandated and required the companies is meeting certain threshold criteria to spend at least 2% of their net profits of past average 3 years on CSR. So this is another thrust for sustainability reporting. Business responsibility reporting framework, which has now been replaced by BRSR, which is Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report by SEBI. Okay, so this is the snapshot of the review of the empirical studies which I have taken in my review of literature, particularly in Indian context. So far, as I'm aware, most of the papers are concentrating on bibliometric analysis and other things. But specifically, I have concentrated in my paper in Indian context. What is the development of research in sustainability reporting in Indian context? So because of time limitation, I'm not able to explain them in detail. Coming directly to my findings and conclusion out of this literature review, the research on sustainability reporting undertaken in India is scanty in comparison to the developed nations, and most of the earlier studies focused on CSR reporting and not on sustainability reporting. And on this basis of conceptual review, we can say that there exists a strong theoretical framework for sustainability reporting in the form of the theories which I have just explained. And all concepts of CSR and sustainability reporting and corporate sustainability are interrelated and complementary in attaining sustainability at micro level and sustainable development goals at the macro level. Our findings also suggest that sustainability reporting practices in India has improved mainly due to regulatory steps taken by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and SEBI, but still non-polluting sector firms like banking and finance sector need to improve their sustainability reporting practices. And our analysis of recent empirical studies reveal that there has been inclination of researchers to study companies only from non-financial or non-banking sectors, because most of the studies have excluded them. And sector-specific studies are very scanty in India. To the best of our knowledge, not a single study has been done so far to study the sustainability reporting practices of financial sector. And most of the studies have used GRI as the basis for measuring the sustainability reporting. Most of the studies have only concentrated on manufacturing companies and other non-financial sectors. So in order to fill these gaps, it is suggested that more empirical studies should be conducted pertaining to banking and finance sector using non-GRI indicators. apart from GRI. Other standards are also there. And the future of sustainability reporting lies in integrated reporting, which has ample scope for research. These are the limitations of my studies. A number of studies are there on sustainability reporting and financial performance, but we have excluded them because of a limitation of time. While examining empirical literature, we have focused on some recent empirical studies of only last decade pertaining to our topic in the Indian context. These are some of the references. Thank you. I think there will be some questions.
Now, I would like to ask our session chair, Dr. Renu Yadav, to ask few questions.
Yes. First of all, Shishma,
Yes.
all right, you have presented very well. And the topic was also very in and booming as buzzword. You have said corporate sustainability. I want to ask a single question. What are the other means of measuring sustainability in the corporates? As you are saying, corporates must submit, or they are doing nowadays for submitting the reports, sustainability reports. And you have discussed about CSR also. There are some other means which the companies, some companies are not following to submit or to, publish their sustainability reports on the website.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? But they are adopting some other means. They are adopting some other means in order to show the sustainability practices in their companies. So you have your focus, your whole paper was based on the sustainability reports. I want to ask you, are there some other means by which the companies are doing or providing certain measures or publishing certain reports on the websites? What are those?
Ma'am, some organizations are putting ESG reports on their website. Some are not directly publishing sustainability reports, but they are under the CSR category itself. They mention certain measures that they are doing this for protecting the environment. They are doing that. And as you asked that, what are the other things which they can do apart from sustainability reporting? There are many things, ma'am, like they can go for, if we see that, for example, in case of banks, we see that normally they say, don't print this email or don't print this document. Now many of the banks are providing you e-passbook facility so that you can save paper to save the environment. Similarly, you can also install energy efficient devices, and many organizations, including banks, are doing that also.
Okay, fine. You have taken certain examples. Do you know the parameter? Do you know, have you heard of this name, NVG principles?
Yes, ma'am. I have mentioned in my presentation, National Voluntary Guidelines by Ministry of
So
Corporate
you
Affairs.
have also taken the framework of GRI guideline. What are the latest standards of GRI which you have
G4
followed?
GRI G4 guidelines are the latest.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for a great presentation. Our next presenter is S. Suryakala. She is an assistant professor at Madurai Gandhi NMR Subramanian College for Women, Madurai. The topic of her research is behavioral finance and financial inclusion and overview. She will be presenting online.
Good afternoon to the panel members and all the other participants. This is Surya Kala from Madurai. I'm going to present the paper on behavioral finance and financial inclusion. First, let me start my presentation with what the behavioral finance is. It is nothing but the human psychology influencing the investment. It is a study about the human psychology regarding the decision making in the investment markets. And here I would like to pinpoint about the efficient market hypothesis. Can I share the screen, ma'am? Excuse ma'am, can I share the screen? Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you can share your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Excuse me, 1 minute, please. Kindly. Yes. Investors are biased here by cognitive errors which lead to incorrect decisions made by the investors. And here I would like to say about the efficient market hypothesis. It is a theory which says that stock markets which prevail there are totally or highly influenced by the new informations which hit the stock markets. And let us see in the study whether this hypothesis stands true, or if there is any if there is any change in this hypothesis. These are the biases of judgment. The judgment for decision making, we have so many biases. That is, we are going to see. First one is over optimism. This is nothing but the positive outcome or the positive outlook of the investor. He thinks that the outcome which is going to come out of the stock market is always going to be the positive, and even if it is going to be the negative scenario prevailing in the market, he is least bothered about that. This is the over optimism biases which every human have. And next is the overconfident trait which the human being possess. Here, this trait shows a higher impact on investment process. This theory of behavioral finance is based on emotions and cognitive errors. I'm sorry, cognitive biases. Next is anchoring effect. This bias is an intellectual biases where the investor's decision to be either rational or irrational is based upon the primary information which he gets, and that primary information which he gets is called as an anchor or reference with which his decision is confined. Next is heuristics. Heuristics is nothing but it is a mental shortcut which the human being uses to make any sort of quick decisions. This decision is, this decision may be rational as well as irrational, but it's very good that investors accept both the rational and irrational decisions if they are found out that the decision is wrong. Next is mental accounting. This is one of the greatest bias where the judgment differs. It is budgeting and categorization of the expenditure what the investor makes. For example, the person or the investor is ready to pay more in cash than in the online payment. This is one of the example where the decision changes. Even if he is having a decision of spending a little in physical, in digital mode, the ideology or the decision changes. Next is availability biases. This bias is, to be precise, it is like common things or common happenings in the market comes to the mind faster and quicker. So whatever happens in the market earlier, that comes faster to make us judge what we should do, what the investor do. Then there are things. Then ambiguity aversion. Ambiguity, as you all know, shareholders are not really, they want a very clear-cut market and everything should be clear for them. They don't want to take a risk. Disposition effect. Disposition effect is an effect where the investors are ready to sell their profit-gaining shares than to sell their loss-giving shares. That is, to be precise, I would like to say that they go in for selling the profit making shares, and they are ready to hold back the loss giving shares, keeping in hope that those shares would earn them profit in the future. This is the disposition effect. Herd mentality. Herd is the word which says that everybody, that is the investor, acts in accordance with the large group of the investors in the market. So it means that following the following the total group, following a large group is the herd mentality. Here people feel emotional conflicts if they go against the crowd. This is called as cognitive dissonance. Sunk cost. Sunk cost is another biases, which means the cost which we have spent, but there is no, not at all, we are not at all able to regain it in the future. There is no potential of regaining it in the future. And taking this into mind, the investor thinks to get back the money in some way or the other. Things to avoid biases. So we have seen so many biases. There are certain things, certain list of things that as an investor we should follow to avoid these biases. First, we should, as an investor, learn to accept the mistake and rectify them. Eliminate the emotions while making decisions. I don't know how far it is possible because we are all surrounded by the emotions and cognitive biases. This total behavioral finance is based on the theory of cognitive bias and emotions. Avoid world illusions in investments, diversifying the investment options, various options if there are, then probably the decisions what we take may differ. Think twice, take an outside view, seek multiple perspectives, play devil's advocate. Devil's advocate, as you all know, it is a picture which says that is, we take as it is, and we do not know that it is but it is a devil. We play the role of an advocate for a devil before knowing it. That's it. Next topic, that is sub-theme of that, sub-theme of my topic is financial inclusion. Financial inclusion is nothing but a process where contribution by various financial service or institutions come together to help the public, but they don't have any limitations or differentiations. They don't have any slabs like it is this financial sector will help only for this particular group. They don't have anything like that. So financial inclusion is defined as availability and equality of opportunity to access financial service by all economically and underprivileged group. Here there are objectives of financial inclusions. I have just quoted down the main objective. First objective is to help or cater all sort of peoples, that is all streams, all stratas of the people, invariably of their incomes. Next is increase the financial literacy and awareness of the lending institution of the country. The third one is to bring the digital financial solution for economically underprivileged people. And the last one, it aims at permitting women to improve their saving habits and earning ideas. This is this is a slide which shows you that where the financial inclusion comes with the technology. The technology is equally going far with the financial sectors. Fintech supports lending sector to provide all sorts of service to the needy at low cost. And we have so many fintechs in usage, in our normal usage. And the one which both urban and rural consist of crowdfunding, digital system, P2P, electronic wallet. Crowdfunding is nothing but where so many large group of people put their fund for welfare of one particular thing. That is crowdfunding. And we have Paytm is an well-known e-wallet which is in use. And there are some of the online applications for financial transactions, BIM, Bharat Interface for Money, Unified Payment Interface, Unstructured Supplementary Service Data, and NEFT, IPS, etc.
Only 2 minutes are left.
Sir?
Only
Sir?
2 minutes are left. 2 minutes are left.
Okay, that's it. Then there are certain measures which are taken by RBI. First, the steps that RBI has taken is that they established financial literacy centers where the rural banks along with them try to bring their financial literacy centers, and here they try to educate the people by giving the knowledge about the finance by conducting camps. And here RBI have also instructed the commercial banks to open the branches in the 3 tiers, that is in the area where the population is less than 1 lakh. They have also motivated banks to open new financial inclusion plans in rural branches. RBI asked a bank to set up intermediate banks between branch and base banks. National Bank has also scheduled business facilitators and correspondents. Business facilitators are persons who go from door to door to persons to collect or to give an awareness regarding the bank and the services which are rendered to them. And correspondent is a middleman who acts between bank and customers. And finally, the farmers get a credit or loans from Kisan credit cards and general purpose credit cards, which are available by the, made available by the RBI. This slide shows the benefits of financial inclusion in the year 2015 and 2020. And current scheme, I would like to say that, I am thankful to the government for bringing financial inclusion and women empowerment both equal hand in hand. 2014, Jan Dhan Yojana was launched for the welfare of the women folk. Mudra is one other scheme which is especially for the self-help group. And online marketing platform Mahila E-Hats is also for the women. This is the diagram which shows, or this is a table which shows how the financial inclusion is. Yes. Financial inclusion.
Sum up. And the time is up.
Oh, okay, sir. 1 minute. That's it. These are the schemes and conclusion finally. Finally, I would like to conclude the financial behavior is based on it was said that it was based on the EMH, but it is not so. EMH is used only on a long run and not on a short run. That is, efficient market hypothesis is used by the investor only on a long run and not on a short run. Financial inclusion promotes the financial growth and empowerment of women as such. Thank you. And here I have quoted some of the references from where my study has been taken. Thank you.
Now I would ask our session chair, Dr. Renu, to ask few questions.
Ma'am, you have presented well. Am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Gone through your complete presentation. What I am expecting that there should be certain empirical part which was missing.
Ma'am, come again,
On the
ma'am.
topic financial inclusion, and you have behavioral finance very in topic, but the point, the whole theory and nothing to be, implication part was missing.
Okay, ma'am.
Right.
Okay, ma'am.
And what I want to, a simple question, a single question, what are the latest, in the latest budget? In the latest budget, government has taken certain steps for this financial inclusion. Are you aware of those things?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry. I don't know, ma'am, right now.
Okay, okay.
I'm unable to answer your question.
Not an issue. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your
Thank
presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
I would like to invite our next presenter, Ms. Gayatri. She is a research scholar at Amity College of Commerce and Finance. Topic of her presentation is CSR and competitive performance and investigation of selected pharmaceuticals companies in India.
Good afternoon to all present here. Good afternoon, everyone present here. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my research paper here. I am Gayatri, a research scholar of Amity College of Commerce and Finance. I am pursuing my PhD in finance. This is my first year only and the first paper presented by me. So I am looking forward to the suggestions by you all. I am pursuing my PhD under the guidance of Dr. Priya Solomon. She is also an expert in the area of finance. My research topic is CSR and competitive performance and investigation of selected pharmaceutical companies in India. This basically, the agenda of my presentation is, firstly, we'll discuss about the introduction, LR, objectives, research methodology, results and discussions. This is a quantitative paper, so we will have results and discussions. And in last, we'll discuss about the future studies and conclusions. How CSR impacts competitive performance. CSR isn't a particular program. It's a daily routine work which we are doing in our everyday life. It's maximizing the positive impact and minimizing the negative impacts of anything to the society, to the environment, to all the things near us. Over the last 2 decades, it has been seen that there is a huge discussion on CSR. In traditional times, business focuses on only profit earning, but from the CSR point of view, the business should have focus on social interest as we are a social entity. It was observed that CSR does not only affect the society, but it also affects the securing competitive objectives, competitive performance of the companies. Through this research, I want to study the effect of ethical behavior on the financial performance and the competitive performance of the companies. This research paper is focused on Indian pharmaceutical companies. The pharmaceutical companies are selected on the basis of their contribution to the CSR, the expenditure done, and the CSR amount spent on by these pharmaceutical companies. Through my literature review, I came to know that CSR, financial performance, and competitive performance are positively, negatively, and neutrally related. Some say that CSR, financial performance, and competitive performance are positively related. Some say they are negatively related, and some say that they has no impact on each other's. Literature reveals that there are limited study in the pharmaceutical sector. Most of the studies are seen in the context of developed countries, but there are limited studies in the Indian context. So my aim is to contribute a bit to the Indian context. The objectives of my study are to analyze the concept of corporate social responsibility with respect to pharmaceutical companies, to examine the relationship between corporate social responsibility and financial performance of pharmaceutical companies, and to understand the dependency of CSR expenditure on competitive performance of pharmaceutical companies. Research methodology. This paper is truly quantitative based paper. This paper has gathered yearly reports of different pharmaceutical companies. The correlation and regression algorithms are used to analyze the data. CSR prescribed expenditure and CSR spent are used as a dependent variable, and their relation on the financial performance and competitive performance is measured. For the purpose of study, the reports of CSR are taken for last 5 years, from 2017 to 2022. This paper studies top 10 pharmaceutical companies, and the data is extracted from National CSR portal and the annual reports of these 10 pharmaceutical companies. These are my research variables. For studying the financial performance, I have used return on assets, return on equity, and profit after tax. For studying the competitive performance, I have used earning per share, price earning ratio, average market capitalization rate, and current share prices at Bombay Stock Exchange and National Stock Exchange. And in the last, for studying the CSR, I have used the CSR expenditure and CSR spent by these pharmaceutical companies. These are the results and discussions. Firstly, the descriptive statistics. The results of descriptive statistics are of our normality of data based on 10 pharmaceutical companies shown here. The average value of financial performance indicates that the companies are performing well and making a profit. We can see that these are the mean values, and this ranges from the minimum and maximum point. Regarding the standard deviation, the values of ROA, yani return on assets, return on equity, and average market capitalization rate, CSRS, CSRE, are near to the averages. Means they do not show any changes from the averages. They are near to the average, means they have normality in their data. But the BSE, NSE, and EPS and price earning ratios have fluctuations from the standard deviation, which shows that their data is ranging from a high range, that is ranging far away from the mean, which means that it is spread out data. According to the skewness, all the data values are highly positive skewed. As the values are greater than 1, only the return on assets values are medium skewed, means moderately skewed. The BSC, ROA, CSRE are plateauchotic because the extreme values are less than that of normal distribution. But the values of NSC, ROE, PAT, EPS price earning ratio and CSRS are leptokurtic because the extreme values are more than that of normal distributions. Talking about the correlation metrics, correlation between the CSR and competitive performance. The tabular value verifies that there is a low degree of negative correlation between CSRE and CSRS with BSc, NSC, EPS, and AMC, which shows there is low degree of positive correlation with PE ratio. Coming to the correlation with CSRN and financial performance, this shows that there is low degree of negative correlation with ROE and PAT of expenditure, CSRE expenditure, but there is a low degree of positive correlation between CSRS, means corporate social responsibility amount spent, with the ROE, ROA, and PAT. The regression analysis states that the competitive performance of CSR and competitive performance and CSR, the R square here is 0.316, which means 31.6% change in CSR is due to competitive performance. But here the significance level is 0.108, which is much more than the significance level, that is 0.01. So here it states that the data here is insignificant effect, means there is insignificant effect of competitive performance on CSR. Secondly, the results of financial performance on CSR spent, their R square is 0.71, which means 7.1% change in CSR is due to financial performance. But here the significance level is 0.330, which means it is higher than the 0.01% level. So here also there is an insignificant relation between CSR and financial performance. To conclude, it is found that simply adopting CSR practices will not enhance the financial performance and competitive performance. Hence, it is recommended to embed CSRS into this company's core business strategies. We have to embed in the core strategies. This study concludes that there is a significant relationship between CSR and competitive performance, whereas there is a positive relation between CSR and financial performance. Increasing CSR spending leads to increasing PE ratio, ROA, PAT, but has shown negative impact on BSc, NSC, EPS, and AMC. CS helps to innovate in order to satisfy consumers, grab market opportunities, and differentiate themselves from others to become more competent in selected companies. The future study, according to the limitations of my paper, are paying more attention to the selection of measures for the firm's financial parameters to measure the profitability and competitiveness used in the study of CSR. Means we need to add more financial policy parameters. This study included only 10 pharmaceutical companies, and that too with a 5-year time frame. So we can include more companies and greater the time span also. Thank you.
Now I would like to ask Dr. Renu to ask you questions.
So very well presented, and the overall paper totally empirical and quantitative, as she has explained in the starting. So I like the paper because ultimately research means what novel idea, what have you done. This is required, that you have to come up with certain results which can be can be pursued by the further, which can be taken up by the further researchers. So in that sense, she has done a good work. Because you have worked on this paper, and in nearby future you are going to, as in your first year of your PhD, I just want to give you certain suggestions that number of companies you have taken. This is for this paper. You have taken, I think, 10 companies. You have to have first of all, in the literature review part, there can be certain, when you are going through papers for the coming years of your PhD, journey, I want to suggest you to go through the bibliometric analysis as well with the LR. That will actually make an impressive thing in front when you are going for your PhD viva. because ELA and that through with bibliometric analysis creates a good impression first. And second important thing, number of companies. If you have taken 10 over here for this paper, it's fine, but for overall work, it should be more. And time frame, as you have said, it should be I mean, at least you have the ratios, the parameters, the field you have selected, it's fine, you are in contact with your guide as well, but the time frame and the number of companies, that should be well advanced. Why you have selected, also emphasize on the sector, pharmaceutical sector you have taken. There should be proper reasons given by you. That can be a question to you in your viva, that why this sector. As in, I have taken the automobile sector for my PhD work, so it was a very, very I mean, prominent question asked to me. Why only this? Why haven't you selected any other? Validity kya hai? Why have you selected this sector? How would you validate your selection of your particular sector? So you should be well prepared for this. Rest, you have done the work. Softwares hain aajkal available. You are having n number of software. You just have to put the data. You have to secondary sources. I mean, you have consents, you have census reports. You have many kind of secondary reports where you can click the data, where you are having the many search engines from where you can have the data very easily. You have to apply, softwares are there. That is an easy part nowadays. Pen, paper and wo wali sari cheeze are over. You are just putting the data and you are having, but now the questions can be asked in these forms as I have suggested, right? So very well done and all the best for future. Thank you.
That was really an amazing presentation. Thank you, Ms. Gayatri. Our next presenter is Ms. Ayushi Tyagi. She is a research scholar at Amity College of Commerce and Finance. Topic of her presentation is Effectiveness of Performance Management Systems, a qualitative study in Indian IT companies.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am here to present my research paper titled Effectiveness of Performance Management Systems, a Qualitative Study in Indian IT Companies. The research has been conducted under the guidance of Dr. Geeta Mishra, ma'am. So I'll start with the introduction of performance management. Performance management is a continuous process of identifying, assessing, and improving the performance of organization members while also ensuring the alignment of individual goals with the organizational strategic goals. It is a method of conducting and applying strategic goals and overseeing the employee growth. But this particular research is focused on the performance management system effectiveness. That means the level to which the performance management system achieve its aforementioned goals. It has the capacity to have an effect on the performance of employees and differentiate the superior, mediocre, and the lower performers. It also decreases the gap between the standard and the actual performance. The research gap that I have identified, I'm discussing that there has been a progressive transition from performance appraisal system to performance management systems, and scholars and academicians have come up with the concept of performance management system effectiveness. They appear to assume the presence of important aspects and operational indicators that have not been defined thoroughly. As a result, research in this field has come to an halt. Although a lot of study has been done on the technical and the measurement aspects surrounding employee performance management, there have been few studies on the practices that might increase the overall system effectiveness. Although some authors have explained the issues relating to PMS practices and organizational effectiveness, but some researchers raised concern regarding the way in which the PMS practices were executed and the difference between the successful and the unsuccessful PMS practices. Subsequently, when not properly implemented and monitored, PMS practices can become nuisance and instead of motivator, resulting in serious employees relation issues. Also, practitioners argued that that PMS practices are successful only when the employees doesn't doubt its credibility. Employee can perceive PMS practices significantly different from the way they are intended by the HR department. Therefore, the employee perceptions of performance management system effectiveness needs to be explored further. However, till date, employee perception regarding performance management system effectiveness remains unclear. Therefore, the present study focuses to gain more insight into the factors which are leading to the effectiveness of performance management systems in Indian IT organizations. So the overall objective of my study is to explore the factors that lead to the employee's perception of performance management system effectiveness in Indian IT industry. Uh, uh, Semi-structured interviews were conducted. Total, there were 14 questions that have been asked to the employees of the IT industry. And in all, 20 interviews were conducted from the employees of the high-performing IT organizations as per the NASSCOM report, June 2021. The questions included in the study were related to the methods of performance management, rewards and benefits they receive post-appraisal, frequency of feedback, extent to which management supports. The interview also consists of the questions on the perceptions of employees about their performance management system, factors that are leading to its effectiveness, and the areas where the improvisation is needed. Also, the participants that were included in the study should have completed the 2 years in the company and at least faced a one appraisal cycle. A purposive sampling technique was used to determine the sample, and the respondents worked at the junior and the middle management levels. And Vivo 12 software was used to analyze the qualitative data. Thematic analysis was performed. The first coding was rationally created for usage with the data set's most notable parts. To code the data segments, initial themes were created during the transcription and the immersion stages. In search for the themes, the obvious recurrent patterns in the data were taken into the consideration. Different codes that dealt with the comparable features of material were grouped together into the potential themes. Themes that have emerged are listed below. The first theme was PMS transparency. Second is PMS fairness. Third is performance management scale. Fourth is continuous feedback. Fifth is employee recognition. And sixth is manager support. So these were the codes that were generated. Under the PMS transparencies, the respondent talked about the clear and blunt system, transparency in appraisal, transparency in sharing information, sharing of clear review, online portal system, and they want it to be clear, concise, and the blunt. And they also want the feedback to be visible for every employee. Under the fairness factors, the themes that were emerged were unbiasedness, no favoritism, fair system, and objectivity. Under the factor performance management scale, the respondent wanted the system to be measurable, scalable. There should be standard criteria, set parameters, quantitative evaluation should be there, and accurate measurement of performance should be done for every employee. Under the factor continuous feedback, the codes that were generated were regular communication, continuous dialogue with the manager, quarterly feedback, timely review, increase in the frequency of feedback. Under the fifth factor was employee recognition, under which the respondents emphasized on the acknowledgement of the good work, monthly or the yearly awards for the good performance, and bonuses and incentives for efficiency. Under the factor management support, they have pointed out the first point of contact is their manager, and timely meetings with the managers, moral support, liberty to perform, proper guidance by the manager, jointly setting goals with the managers, healthy two-way communication, and individual concerns are addressed, and informal communication with manager. So these are my findings. So the first factor that was emerged was PMS transparency. I am also going to quote some statements that were reported by the respondents. So one of the respondent, when talked about the PMS transparency, stated that since our organization follows 360-degree feedback system, only manager notes what feedback a particular employee received from everyone. My suggestion is to make it little transparent by sharing their feedback with employee and keeping it anonymous. This will help the employees to know what feedback he has received by avoiding the rift among them. The next factor, PMS fairness. One respondent stated that unbiasedness of the system making it most effective. I know that there are some favorites and non-favorites of manager, but can I always stand for myself? I am disagreeing with manager on some point, then I can challenge him as well. The third factor on which that I have identified through these interviews is performance management scale. The respondents want it to be more scalable and measurable. And one respondent stated that the foremost thing I would like to mention that makes performance management effective is that it is scalable. Our performance is measured based on some standard criteria, which helps in accurate measurement of performance. One of the respondents stated about continuous feedback, and he stated, managers sit with us and discuss our performance, then we jointly set the goals for upcoming quarter. Quarterly review and the continuous feedback are the elements that play important role in PMS effectiveness. It helps us in timely completion and improvisation of work as per the suggestions given by the manager after frequent discussion. Under the employee recognition factor, one respondent stated, I'm very much satisfied they are giving us recognition and feedback. Whenever I need my manager tell me about my strength and gray areas, I think they are doing it in an effective way. Quarterly review of performance makes it effective. Also rewards and recognition like Star Performer of the Year and the Bravo Award and the other kind of awards, making it more effective for us. Last but not the least, the last factor is manager support, which talks about how the manager is coping up with the employees. One of the respondents stated, my manager provides me the tools, training, and the information they need to succeed. He gives me the regular and the constructive feedback. He is also fair and reasonable while evaluating my performance. The theoretical implications of my study are, the outcomes of the study were substantiated and supported by the literature analysis, which found that organizations may improve PMSE by boosting performance management fairness, employee recognition, continuous feedback, and manager support. Additionally, two new factors came out as new factors, which are performance management transparency and performance management scale, which can be studied by the future researchers. These are my managerial implications. The present study has significant implications for the Indian IT industry. The present study conducted among the high-performing IT firms in India helps other companies in the sector to identify where they are lacking in their PMS and how they can improvise their system. When specific PMS practices are implemented, keeping in mind these significant factors, employees are expected to develop a shared interpretation of the system. Organizations can send unambiguous signals in the form of organizational practices related to PMS that facilitate employees to appropriately interpret and respond to the information conveyed in practices. This may ultimately facilitate the effectiveness of organizations' performance management system. Thank you. Yes,
Okay. Very well presented by you, but I have few questions. You have mentioned in your presentation that is NVivo 12 software,
yeah.
but you haven't shown anything in your findings analysis. I mean, for example, whatever results through a software, that should be part and parcel of your analysis.
Ma'am, I have shown the table and diagram. I have shown the table.
Show me once again.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute. Can you help?
If it is there. And one more question, you have taken the approaches, what inductive and deductive approaches, right?
Yes,
what exactly are these?
Ma'am, actually inductive approach is when we interpret something from the data, like what we have gathered, and we interpret something, that is inductive.
So you have mentioned inductive over there.
Yes, ma'am.
What is deductive then?
Ma'am, deductive is which is already present, and when.
Are you sure?
Actually, I'm confused in deductive.
So please take care of this. I mean, this is very important. You should know about the approaches. And whenever you are using the word appropriately in your presentation part, if you're using it now, you should be very much clear of the thing.
Okay, ma'am.
Right? So take care of this thing. And next, I want to ask, how have you checked for the reliability and validity of the different parameters you have taken in your questionnaire? What was the, I mean, measures, what measures you have taken? What are the means to check the reliability and validity of the different parameters you have taken?
Actually, this is the qualitative study, and there were in total, there were 14 questions that have been checked by the experts, by my guide and by some subject experts.
You know what is exactly reliability? You know standardization of the questionnaire?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
But ma'am, this is qualitative study, not
This is
quantitative.
required whenever you are doing whenever you are making a questionnaire, na, you have prepared a questionnaire, you have given that questionnaire for your people. I mean, different, you have conducted a survey basically, right? By giving that questionnaire to different people to fill. So
Okay.
definitely you should know how to check whenever you are making your questionnaire for any of the study. If you have prepared it, you must know what is standardization of your questionnaire. You must know how to check the reliability and what is the validity of your it is required.
Okay.
So please do take care of this next time. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ayushi, for a great presentation. Now, I would call our next presenter, Ms. Nupur Kashyap. She is a research scholar at Amity College of Commerce and Finance. The topic of her presentation is Emerging Trends in the Literature of Sustainable Consumption, a Bibliometric Analysis.
A very good afternoon to all. I am Nupur Kashyap and I am pursuing PhD under the guidance of Dr. Sujata Khandai and Dr. Jones Matthew. The topic for my presentation is Emerging Trends in the Literature of Sustainable Consumption, a Bibliometric Analysis. Starting off with the introduction, sustainable consumption was first defined in 1994 at the Oslo Symposium as the use of the goods and services that respond to the basic needs while minimizing the use of the natural resources so as to not jeopardize the needs of future generations. Overconsumption has realized as a major reason behind increasing environmental degradation as the purchase and disposal decisions of the individuals will adversely affect the environment and the needs for future generation. Despite the need for sustainable consumption is recognized by the scholars and practitioners, the knowledge in this field is still in infant stage and many other areas are required to be covered to understand this domain thoroughly. There is a literature on the factors that influence the sustainable consumption on different levels, such as consumer motivation, happiness and well-being, environmental perspective, and consumer values and behavior. Rather, a few studies have been conducted on the evolution of sustainable consumption. Thus, the present study aims to provide a complete picture of the sustainable consumption field using bibliometric analysis in the business and management domain in terms of highly cited articles, journals, countries, authors, institutions, and the publication trend in this field. These are the research questions. The study has examined the following research questions related to the sustainable consumption articles published between 1984 and 2021. How the first research question is how the literature on sustainable consumption has graduated over the period between 1984 and 2001, and what is the research trend of this field. Second, we have found what are the most frequently cited research articles, the citation structure of the 671 articles published till date, and what are the most influential journals, authors, institutions, and countries that have made significant contributions in this field of study. The methodology, the study has collected the data from Scopus since it provides the data covering all the areas of social sciences. The search process was performed in April 2021 using the following keywords in title abstract keyword field. These keywords are sustainable consumption, green consumption, eco-friendly consumption, environmentally responsible consumption, environmentally friendly consumption, and environmental friendly consumption. The period for the search was between 1984 till April 2021, the research was restricted to the subject area of business management and accounting, and the study considered the articles published only in journals. And we have taken the articles published in English language only, as the authors have the competence in English. And the search process after the mentioned restrictions resulted into 927 articles. These results were analyzed after a thorough reading of the title, abstract, and keywords, and a total number of publications thereafter were reduced to 671 articles. Then, upon completion of the search process, bibliometric methodology was used to measure, analyze, and summarize the extant literature on the sustainable consumption. A bibliometric analysis of 671 articles was conducted using the WASWare. WASWare is a tool where it generates the output in the form of network of clusters represented by different colors. This study employs a popular technique called citation analysis to conduct the performance analysis. This is done to analyze the most cited research, and we have evaluated the different aspects of a field, such as influential journals, influential articles, prolific authors, important institutions, and countries. The performance analysis. The performance analysis shows that the trend in the number of publication on sustainable consumption in the initial years was only one or less, because the term sustainability was explained in conjunction with corporate social responsibility for the period between 1980 to mid 1990. Later, in 1992, at United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, it was realized that unsustainable consumption is a major reason behind the increased pollution and environmental deterioration. The number of publications has increased continuously between 1984 and 2021. Over the last decade, the number of publications have increased substantially, especially between 2016 to 2021, which constitutes the 62.3% of the total volume. Then the table on the right side represents the general citation structure on the data gathered from Scopus database in the field of sustainable consumption, summarized according to the threshold citations, and there are only 3 papers that have more than 500 citations and 472 papers that have at least 25 citations. Then next is the table which shows the most cited articles in sustainable consumption research, and this is done over a threshold of 100 citations, and the article promoting sustainable consumption, determinants of green purchase by Swiss consumer, by Tanner and Cast in 2003, has received 518 citations, is the most cited article in this field. Then most influential journals, they have been calculated in the terms of total citations received, and Journal of Cleaner Production is the has scored the top position with 5275 citations. Then we have also looked for the most influential journals in terms of average citation received per document, and Journal of Business Research is the top cited journal. Then we have talked about the authors. The most influential author in terms of total citation received is Andrea Prothero, and she is the one who received the highest position in terms of average citation received per document also. We have also talked about the institutions in terms of total citations and in terms of average citation, and National Institute of Technology, Durgapur, India is scored the highest position. Then for the countries, United States and United Kingdom, they are the most influential countries in terms of total citation received and average citation received per document respectively. Now coming on to the limitations and avenues for future research, despite of the important contributions, the study does have some limitations. The foremost limitation is that we have used a single database of Scopus. Researchers in the future may use Web of Science, Google Scholar, or they can combine these to have the results, and they can do a comparison to achieve the broader coverage. Also, we have focused in the discipline of business and management and considered only articles and citations. Thus, other papers and records that have been included, that have been excluded, may be of equally importance to the field. Also, the future scholars may compile the other disciplines of the study, such as social sciences, environmental sciences, law, and psychology, which may be influential in this particular research area. Future researchers may also combine the other techniques of bibliometric analysis and may use other tools such as correspondence analysis, thematic analysis, and scientific knowledge. Finally, the study has retrieved the database for a single period from 1984 to 2021. The future studies may divide this period into sub-periods to analyze the evolution and changes in the field. Finally, coming on to the conclusions and implications, this research has started a comprehensive bibliometric overview of the sustainable consumption of 671 articles, and it has showed that the trend in the number of publication has increased over a period of time, majorly post 2016. And in terms of managerial perspective, this study has provided a comprehensive framework of the field of the research, and managers may gain a deeper understanding of the concept, and they would also be helped to recognize the sources that will provide them with practical insights into this field. From academic perspective, the study has made a significant contribution as it has identified the most influential and productive contributors in the literature of sustainable consumption, along with the leading institutes and countries who are pioneers in this field. Thank you.
So, Nupur, right? Nice presentation from your side. Few questions have lined up for you as well. You have taken the bibliometric analysis, as I've discussed with one of the scholar, like this should be there. So it's fine and it's good that you have, touched this topic over here in your paper presentation. The point is, you have taken the only the journals of Scopus Index. So it's a big limitation. If you are, doing, you are in the, I think first or second year of your pursuing PhD. So whenever you are doing the bibliometric analysis, there should be a range of journals, right? You can't be rely only on the one type of journal, though it's fine. Scopus is having its own image and prestigious journal, but you have to have. You can have different, range of journals you have to increase. Another thing is you have shown WASWare. WASWare you have shown as the software. You haven't shown the different type of model. When you are applying this with the help of a software, there are certain diagrams created. There are certain, models are created when you are using for bibliography.
Ma'am, actually,
where
this
are
is for
these?
the citation analysis. So for citation analysis, it only gives the tables, ma'am, that we have changed as per the format of the PPT.
Again, this is one of the limitation of your paper, right? So, but when you are saying that bibliometric analysis is the only short, you can say the main core of your paper, then this should be there. It is required, right? So take care from next time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Nupur, for your presentation. Our next presenter is Mr. Milind Kambar. He is affiliated to CMR University, Bangalore. Topic of his presentation is Impact of Leadership Agility in Agile Transformations. He will be presenting online. So you can share your presentation.
For some reason, I've not been able to share my presentation. Can somebody help me here?
Yes, sir. What error?
It says error code 105035.
There's a share screen option. Can you see?
Yeah, that's what. When I hit shared screen, it says, okay, is it now working?
No, we are not able to see your presentation.
It's giving me an error saying error code 105035.
Okay, no problem.
Sir, what operating system you are using, sir?
Windows 10.
Sir, I'll share your presentation. Just let me know about the slides.
Okay, sure. That's really helpful. And I hope I'm audible and visible too.
Yes, you are audible.
Try one more time.
Sir, is it visible to you?
Yep, that's visible. Thank you so much. Yep. Can I start?
Yes, please.
Yep. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Milind Kanbur. I have around 17 years of experience in project management and agile. And from last 5 years, I'm doing my PhD from CMR University in management. And I've worked with companies like Addison, Shell, Oracle, ANZ, and currently I'm working with Society Generale as function head, assistant vice president for data management. And apart from that, I hold few certifications in agile and project management. Few name a few are in IC Agile and Scrum.org. So that's a brief introduction about myself. To start with, I thank Amity University to select my paper and give me an opportunity to present here. And my topic for this paper presentation is impact of leadership agility on agile transformation. If you could move to the next slide, please. So introduction. So agile is not a new world for us now. So it's been over 2 decades. And agile is, I don't want to get into technical about what is Scrum, SAFe, and all those things. It's predominantly, it's kind of a behavior, what we have, how we see things around us, how we respond to those changes, and what is our reaction to those changes are happening. So this is in very high level of agility, and the same applies as an individual, how we react to situations. And the same applies as a leader responds to a changing environment. And the same implies how an organization responds to a changing environment. So if I just take a step backward, so if you ask a question in an organization or in an open house, who wants to change? Everybody will raise a hand. But who want to lead the change? If you ask them to raise a hand, nobody will raise it, because leading a change is more complex than just being part of the change. So that's how a role of a leader in a changing environment, and that's specifically leadership agility. So if I have to take a definition, there are quite a few definitions around, but a leader who actually help the organization to respond to a very changing and dynamic environment of being flexible, responsive, and adaptive. So is the one who actually navigates an organization to dynamic environments as well. So if I have to talk about leadership agility, the kind of capabilities the one should possess is one, it's a 3-step, or you have to, if I have to say, it's a 3-pillar capability. So one is you have to you have to transform yourself and build that agile mindset within yourself and agile behaviors. Once you have that, then try to get that behavior transformed into a team and help the leadership build across those teams, and then take it next level and make it across the organization, help the decision making easier, help that the mindset, what we call as a growth mindset, how you take feedbacks, how you take failures, how you break it down your complex problems into smaller chunks and address those, and how you drive exactly how you build that embracing change behavior in the organization. So there are quite a few models leaders use nowadays, a Potter's model of change or an Edgar model of change. So and leaders can use any of these models to imbibe or have an embracing changing environment. So this is a very brief on leadership agility. So if you could put to the next slide. So there is a beautiful book on leadership agility. I borrowed these 2 concepts from that book. And it actually really helped me to do my study in this writing this paper. I'll come to the numbers and the kind of study I have computed in last couple of months. So leadership agility canvas helps a leader to become more. Yeah.
Can you show us your findings, as in your data analysis?
Sure, ma'am. Just give me a couple of minutes and I'll be able to show. I have 10 minutes if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you. So leadership agility canvas helps you to build those capabilities, contextual setting agility, stakeholder agility, creative agility, and self-leadership. So as I said, if you go to Agile Manifesto, that's the Bible of what all the Agile concepts derive from. It's about how you take changes than following plan. So that's the main key point in all the Agile frameworks, and also how Agile leaders move from one expert level to another expert level. There are 5 expert levels here, expert to synergist, where the leadership stances change as in when you get more and more experience and more effective as a leader. So expert is basically a system or a subject matter expert. So synergist is more about an holistic approach, an empathetic approach, a leader as a coach, what we call in organization. So that's how a journey of a leader in an Agile environment helps. So that bit an information there. So I do not have the presentation, which I'm unable to share it here. So maybe I can explain the research methodology. So the research methodology, what I have used is, so I have, my sample size was around 250 people, and 250 people, these people are from unmatured Agile organizations across Bangalore. And these organizations were mid-sized to the bigger organizations like Accenture and service-oriented industry, around 15 industries. And people were ranging from all the roles in an Agile environment, start from a developer to a Scrum Master to Agile coach to release train engineers, a business sponsor, an architect, and things like that. So overall, 244 respondents where I have interacted with them personally. So I build up a questionnaire wherever possible. I try to meet them personally and ask those questions. And because of the pandemic, I've used video conference and Zoom or Teams and try to get those responses over the internet and collate that data. And then I comprised of the data. So if I have to summarize my experiment, so 45 days and 243 respondents. So various Agile team members. And if I've collected data and analyzed through SPSS. Just to give a demographic touch, so an age group from a very new, or maybe what we call a new joiner or a fresher in an organization, to an expert or a very senior leadership in an organization. So it cuts across multiple roles of an Agile environment. And also roles, if you see, majority people were product owners, Scrum Masters and architects, and few of them project managers and Agile coaches as well. So if I have to put it on a two sample t-test, my null hypothesis were accepted. If you could click one more time, please, for me. Yeah. So my null hypothesis was there is a direct impact of leadership agility. Just to touch upon what kind of questions were that I have included in my questionnaire were how leaders are communicating across the organization, across the teams. Were leaders part of all those events, all those meetings, especially the daily stand-ups or the PI plannings and things like that, or how they build relationship with all the stakeholders, suppliers, subcontractors, and vendors, how leaders lead the change, how leaders coach a newly teams who are onboarding to Agile, and how leaders take failures, like as we say in Agile, fail small and fail quick. So how the failures are taken into consideration and turn that into an opportunity and build upon that and make it successful. So these were around 15 questions around only on leadership were asked in those questionnaire. And if you could go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so to conclude, what I have should say is, as Mahatma Gandhi says, be the change you want to see. Unless a leader gets himself transformed into Agile mindset, it is very difficult to transform others, especially in this disruptive environment. So with this, it's a few of the benefits what I have observed in this study is this leadership agility, the Agile leadership helps transform because it helps them to share the value and increase customer centricity, increase the delivery speed. And now if you look at Amazon, we don't see any customer centric, we call customer obsessed. So these are the new terminologies which we have been hearing recently. And the leadership are now being more flexible, responsive, and adaptive, and how they embrace the change, and how decision making is becoming very faster. Is we don't have to have those hierarchical like earlier what we had. So these are the few benefits what I see when leadership agility gets into agile transformation. So then I conclude stating that agile leaders really help in transforming an agile organization. And that's it. I'll conclude my presentation here.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Now I'll invite the session chair to ask few questions.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And Mr. Milind, right?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
So, sir, from my side, your presentation was good, but I have certain questions lined up. You have mentioned in your presentation about the agile team members, right? Your
Yes.
sample size was 243.
That's correct.
Right. So I want to ask that what type of team members are? I mean, what is your population exactly? It consists of which type of people?
So this population consists from, if you have to take roles per se, so these people were developers, software developers, and project managers, architects, agile coaches, scrum masters, and senior leaders.
Basically in their, in their domain or in their fields.
That's correct. So
that
if
should be mentioned very well. I mean, you can't say like this 243 sample size, your population is comprising of these many people, and there can be, separate groups then accordingly.
Okay.
Getting my point, as in this can be done for your research work further. You have to segregate the things, the population you have to segregate, and then try to analyze the different segregation separately.
Agree, ma'am.
So don't, I mean, writing like 243 number of people won't work.
Okay.
Should be mentioned in your research work, right? One more question.
Yeah.
Like you haven't shown the questionnaire. It should be there.
Yeah, I had it in my presentation, but something maybe I can share that.
Okay, it's fine. Then there should be the check of reliability and validity for your questionnaire. That was also missing. It is very much important to show the empirical work and the quantitative work, how you have checked for the reliability of your questionnaire.
Okay.
It is required.
Understood, ma'am.
You are presenting your research work.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you.
So in total, you have tried level base. So please take care of these suggestions in nearby future. Thank you.
Sure, ma'am. Valid inputs. Thanks for your inputs, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Our next presenter is Mr. Gurbir Singh Khera. He is a professor at School of Management and Commerce, KR Mangalam University, Haryana. His topic is examining the linkage between dimensions of financial literacy and women empowerment in Delhi and NCR. He will be presenting online.
Dr.
Gurbir Singh Khera.
Dr. Gurbir, are you online? Okay, then let's move to the next participant.
So I would like to call our next presenter, Ms. Muskan Bhatnagar. She is a research scholar at Amity College of Commerce and Finance. Topic of her research is a review of e-commerce frauds in cyberspace.
Good afternoon to all our dignitaries and my fellow scholars and everyone present over here. My name is Muskan Bhatnagar. I am a research scholar from Amity College of Commerce and Finance, and I'm pursuing my PhD under the guidance of Dr. Bhavna Agarwal. The title of my research is A Review of E-Commerce Frauds in Cyberspace. In 21st century, we all are aware that IT sector has been a boom in nowadays. And therefore, there is a high scope of need of e-commerce, and e-commerce is increasing day by day. With that increase, e-commerce is facing lots and lots of opportunities nowadays. Theoretically, e-commerce or electronic commerce is referred to as a form of business transaction where buyers and sellers interact electronically over internet, where there is no physical interaction. E-commerce is the conjunction of buying and selling goods and services online or making any transaction which includes the transfer of ownership or transfer of rights. Internet plays a vital role in processing of these transactions, and since internet is widely approachable and open to all, the cases of fraudulent activities have increased. Cyber frauds nowadays have also increased because of the ample opportunities of fraudsters being in the internet. Cyber fraud is a dishonest and deceptive act that is done via internet, which swindles with a person's property, money, or any security. Cyber fraud is prevalent in today's time with increasing cyberspace. Fraud on internet is commonly carried out by organized or individual actors, which can lead to large losses. Losing money due to internet fraud is likely suffered by both businesses and consumers. Through various literature review, I have identified different types of e-commerce frauds. The first type is malware attack, which has subcategories Trojan attack, adware, and spyware. The second type is identity theft. Third is phishing, and fourth is payment fraud. These all frauds are related to e-commerce activities, and they are present in different stages of e-commerce. I have reviewed some of the literature for this paper. The first one is E-commerce, Role of E-commerce in Today's Business by Anjali Gupta, 2020. The major focus of this paper is the role of e-commerce in today's business by analyzing supply chain management. I have also identified various gaps from these papers, which are enlisted below. The first gap is engagement of modern technologies is excluded, therefore it is a knowledge gap. The second paper I have reviewed is e-commerce and the factors affecting its development in the age of digital technology, empirical evidence in EU 27. It is focused on identifying the factors influencing e-commerce in evaluating long and short-term impacts on development of e-commerce activities. The gaps that have been identified are knowledge gap and population gap. Knowledge gap because it is a business perspective, and population gap because the study has been covered in Europe. The third paper I have reviewed is impact of cybercrime and trust and use of e-commerce technologies, and application of theory of planned behavior. The focus of this paper is investigating how cybercrime and trust affect users' intention to conduct business via e-commerce technologies. The gap that has been identified that it includes the theory of planned behavior, therefore theoretical gap. The second is it is also a business perspective and not of a consumer's perspective, therefore a knowledge gap. The fourth review paper is analyzing of e-commerce user behavior to detect identity theft. It focuses on the detection of identity theft and its negative impact of users' experience. The gap that has been identified is that this paper has used the moderating factors of education and age. Other factors are not present in this study.
Yeah, you have another 2 minutes.
Okay, ma'am. There are other literature reviews that I have identified, and various gaps have also been identified. The focus points of my papers are: the purpose of the study is to analyze existing literature reviews on e-commerce and cyber frauds and find out the effects of cyber frauds in e-commerce website. Because this study is my working paper and it is a pedestal for my thesis, so I have done major literature reviews to find out what is e-commerce and its relationship with cyber frauds. The objective of my paper is to provide knowledge and spread awareness about internet frauds while interacting and transacting on e-commerce platforms. Second objective is to explore such questions and other related issues related to cyber frauds and e-commerce. My research methodology is focused on reviewing literature articles. I have reviewed 28 literatures from Scopus, IEEE Explore, and Google Scholar based on keywords like e-commerce, cyber frauds, cyber crimes, online frauds, e-commerce frauds. I have used dialectical and conceptual methods A comprehensive, understandable, and applicable models are included to understand various types of frauds that are found while using e-commerce websites. The key takeaways from the literature reviews are, after reviewing the literature, it has been found out that e-commerce is one of the most growing industries in India. There is a paradigm shift from brick and mortar to e-commerce websites. There are also various cyber frauds present in e-commerce website while transacting and interacting from a customer's perspective, some of which are a malware attack, which is executed unauthorized action on computers which creates hindrances in transaction on any e-commerce website. Identity theft is a fraudulent activity where a person uses another person's identity to gather information and or sensitive information to deceive other party. Phishing, it means when a person, namely a fisher, pretends as a reliable source and persuades a customer or a consumer to click on a malicious link, which is mainly sent by an email. Payment frauds. Payment frauds is a type of financial fraud where fraudsters interact illegally from various payment methods like credit card, payments bank, payment gateways, etc. The future scope and limitations of my study are: the paper majorly is focused on definition on conceptual basis. Therefore, I have identified what is e-commerce and cyberfrauds related to e-commerce while studying previous literature. The review limits itself from primary data, which can be included in further studies. Buying behavior or any customer behavior with respect to factors like age, income, gender can be studied in future. These are the major references in APS style. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Muskan.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so Muskan, and you are in a very nascent stage of your work, right?
Yes.
So whatever you have find, I have gone through it. I have listened to you carefully. It's okay, but still many things to do.
Yes, ma'am.
Right?
For sure.
So I'm not asking any question to you, and just wish good luck and try
Thank you,
to
sir.
do whatever literature work you are doing right now. So have to have a range of your journals.
Okay.
Increase it more.
Okay.
And have the different tools used in the bibliometric analysis as well.
Yes.
This is very much required nowadays. Okay.
Yes.
So
ma'am,
very
for
good
sure.
luck. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Muskan, for your presentation. Our next presenter is Ms. Ashmita Kesar. She is a research scholar at School of Economics, Sri Mata Vaishno Devi University, JNK. She will be presenting online. Ma'am, you can share your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Ashmita, please switch on your camera. Yeah, now you're visible. You can share your PPT as well. Put it on.
Good afternoon.
You can put it on slideshow mode.
Ma'am, is it fine?
Okay, fine. You can start.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ashmita Kesar, and I'm a research scholar from Sri Mata Vaishno Devi University. And my topic for presentation is Empirical Study on Corruption and Economic Growth in BRICS, Evidence of Autoregressive Distributed Lag Panel Approach. I have included BRICS country in my study. These are the emerging economies and of paramount importance to the world economy. BRICS is expected to become the rising power by the third decade of the current millennium, as it is said by Goldman Sachs in 2003. Also, why we are studying BRICS countries, because it has 40% of the world population, 27% of the world land surface, and its access to abundant natural resources. And it has 32% of the world population, which mainly consists of the population in India that consists of young population. These are the emerging economies and the political part, not only at a regional and not only at a regional level, but also at an international level. And they have raised concern together for corruption among themselves as well as in their respective countries. Trade in BRICS is also an important variable as BRICS are rich with natural resources and countries boosted their economies in 2020 after the demand for the primary commodities increased and the exports started.
Ashmita, please move your slide. We can see only the title slide so far.
Ma'am, is it visible?
No, it's still on the title slide. It's not scrolling down.
Ma'am, is it visible now?
It's visible. Yeah, now it's visible.
Ma'am, I can present like this.
Yeah, no problem.
While I went through the review of literature based on the previous studies on corruption, political stability, and trade openness, we found that there are two strands of literature. When we talk about corruption, there are studies that says that corruption stands the wheels of economic growth, whereas there were studies that said that it greases the wheels of economic growth. Similarly, when we talk about political stability, we saw that it again has two strands. One that says that it has a positive impact on the economic growth, whereas the other says that it has a negative impact. And also when it comes to trade, there were studies that say that trade facilitates economic growth, whereas there were other studies that says that it impedes economic growth. Now, the review of literature on corruption and economic growth, there were studies like the study of Hong Mo in 2001 said that corruption has a negative impact on economic growth. Whereas when the study of Copper Dury, along with others, they used the panel data set and applied the regression model, they saw that it has a negative impact on the non-democracies, whereas corruption has no impact on the countries that were on democracies. Similarly, the study of poll, which were conducted in Bangladesh from the time period 1973 to 2019, they found in their studies that corruption had a positive impact on the economic growth of Bangladesh. Similarly, Hong in his study used the grandeur causality test and found that in South Korea, it shows a positive relationship between growth to corruption to economic growth. In China, it was vice versa, again a positive relation, whereas in other Asian countries, it impedes the economic growth. Similarly, Hakim and Hamidi in this study found out that it has a negative impact on economic growth. Singh, he conducted his study using FMLS model and used all the governance variable and found that corruption have a negative impact. This study was mainly related to the BRICS countries. Also, Pradhan and Singh used the data for the Asian countries and found out that it has a negative impact on economic growth. Similarly, when we talk about political stability and its impact on economic growth, it was seen that Bashir in 2014 used the panel data and found out that political stability will have a positive impact on economic growth. Also, Asian and Megan in 2013 in their study found out that instability will have a negative impact on economic growth. Similarly, Hamid and Paul in their study found that political stability will impact economic growth in the long run in Bangladesh, will have a negative impact. But in the short run, it was supposed to show a positive, it showed a negative impact, whereas in the long run, it showed a positive impact. Singh in 2019 in their study found out that the political stability had a negative impact on the economic growth. And again, the study was conducted for BRICS countries. And Pradhan and Singh showed a positive impact of political stability on economic growth. And when we look at the trade and its impact on the economic growth, we found that there were many studies that showed a positive impact on economic growth. Yes, ma'am.
Please come to your findings. Due to paucity of time, we have to wind up the session.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
We request you to conclude and share your findings with us.
Yes, ma'am. I have used the data from the World Bank Development Indicators for GDP and trade openness for control of, I have taken the variable control of corruption as it is being provided by the World Bank Governance Indicators and political stability. For my study, I have used the time period from 2002 to 2018 due to the availability of data. And it is a panel data set. So for running the panel data set, first I went to the panel unit root test. I have applied the panel co-integration test, the autoregressive distributed lag model, and the panel Granger causality test. While I look at the results of the panel unit root test, I found out that some variables were stationary at level, whereas others were not stationary at level. So for this, I did the first difference and all the variables become stationary at the first difference. And also when we are using panel ARDL model, the basic condition is that the variable, either the variables are stationary at level or at first difference, and no variable should be stationary at second difference. And again, I've used the co-integration test, and after applying the Pedroni and Cow co-integration test, I found out that there's a co-integration among the variables. Now the results, the actual results of the panel ARDL model for the long as well as short run. For the long run, I found out that control of corruption is showing a positive impact on economic growth. This shows that if we have control over the corruption, it will have a positive impact in the long run in the economic growth of BRICS countries. And similarly, for the political stability, it showed a positive impact. But for the trade openness, it showed a negative but an insignificant impact in the long run. Whereas the results in the short run shows that control of corruption had a negative impact on economic growth, and political stability showed a positive impact in the short run. Trade openness had a positive impact on the economic growth of BRICS countries in the short run. The results of the panel Granger causality test shows that there is a unidirectional causality running among the variables from GDP to political stability, from corruption to GDP, and from corruption to political stability, and from corruption to trade openness. And the results are the same as I have explained. And from the policy implication, as we see, is that the very notion of the perfect world is an example. In our paper, we cannot deny the fact that corruption is bad for economic growth, but we cannot fight corruption just for the sake that it is a word corruption. We need to have a bigger knowledge about it, and we cannot just because it is against the rules of law, we cannot find it alone. And the policy should be designed on a simple and concrete manner so that it is understandable by all and it is manageable. The most important thing is that the policies are manageable and the focus on the results and not on the abstract. Also, when we say that the stable government can work better on the policies and implement them, it can help in increasing the trade among the nations as they have a growth target among them. Policies can be made to attract the investment and trade, thus should be implemented properly. Trade among nations should be encouraged and the policymakers should make sure that the resources are not overutilized and the trade should not affect the domestic producers. In fact, the policy should be such that it benefits them and not just exploits them. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Ashmita.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Ashmita.
Yes, ma'am.
You have taken BRIC countries, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But it's a requirement in your paper that there should be a separate. You have given the overall analysis of the BRICS countries.
Yes, ma'am.
It would be more appreciable if you are taking it separately for the different countries, because you have done it for the BRICS. Like your overall analysis is showing a cumulative kind of thing. Ki overall मैंने ये analyze किया. So that is a kind of limitation in your paper. It should be for every country because it's a vast topic you have selected. So as far as the analysis is concerned, I have not found that analysis up to of that level, as the topic was very much interesting one. So please have more work for the analysis or separately for each and every country. And one more thing, survey, LRP, you have to work. You have taken certain papers for the different countries. So it's required to take LR for the, for different countries separately in order to show, yeah, for this country, I have gone through so many papers, yeah, corruption related, what is there in this particular Bangladesh, India, whatever countries you want to cover, that should be in a separate manner for LR also.
Okay, so, surely.
Two limitation I have found out your paper, and expecting from your side to work on it, right?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
For your presentation. Last but not the least, our last presenter is Mr. Arya Kumar Vikram Aditya. He is a research scholar at Amity Business School. His topic of presentation is implications of CSR activities and its impact on healthcare industry.
Thank you. Respected dignitaries on the dais and my fellow research scholars, good afternoon to you all. My name is Arya Kumar Vikramaditya. I'm the research scholar from ABS, Amity Business School. My topic is implications of CSR activities and its impact on healthcare industry. As you know that CSR, that is corporate social responsibility, is a concept that realizes the responsibility of organizations towards the environment or social issues. So many research scholars have worked on the CSR, so you are well aware about the CSR activities and CSR. Howard Bowen, they have written in an initial phase, they have written so many things about the CSR. I've gone through so many literature reviews. I have also discussed about all these things. There are numerous kinds of challenges also in healthcare industry, because I am working on the healthcare industry. So I have chosen the topic that implications of CSR in healthcare industry particularly. I've gone through different kind of companies which are nearby, which are basically in India, that is Lupin Limited, Aurobindo Pharma Limited, Cipla Limited. So many companies are there. They are working on CSR, on their CSR in various kind of, yes, please. Okay. They are working on different CSR activities like rural support programs, learn and earn program. There are various kind of program, not only related to the healthcare. They are working on various kind of CSR activities. Other than this, if you will see about Sun Pharmaceutical Industry Limited, Novartis India Limited, Torrent Pharmaceutical. There are numerous kind of pharmaceutical industries. They are working for the they are taking so many initiatives for CSR. Now about the literature review, I've gone through I've gone through 38 literature reviews for this particular topic, for this particular research paper. Harold Johnson in 1971, and they have given 3 ideas. First term for the CSR was conventional wisdom. Second one was utility maximization, and third one, the last one, was lexicographic views of social responsibility. So in the same way, you must have seen about Kotler and Nancy. According to Freeman, they are saying about the managing for stakeholders. What are the kinds of CSR they should take for the stakeholders? Khanifer, they defined the CSR. M. Wangi and Jerutich Abbasi, these all kind of they are the research scholars. They have worked on the CSR activities. And now I'll directly, I'm coming on the topic because there are very less time, so I'm scrolling it very quickly. So about the research methodology, I have taken the data from the secondary research. Basically, as mentioned earlier in this paper, that I mentioned that there are very few research papers written on this topic, basically for the technological enhancement in healthcare under the scanner of corporate governance practices. So major part of the data has been taken from the secondary sources. If we talk about the objective, I have taken 2 objectives: to investigate the role of CSR on healthcare industry, and the other one is to analyze various initiatives of CSR for better healthcare access. I have taken if we talk about the methodology, this is the mixed research method, in which for the sampling I have used around 200 respondents, basically the beneficiaries of the CSR activities. I have taken the data from them, and I gone through the analysis of that data, especially SPSS version 26. I've taken and T test through T test. I did this analysis. Taken two hypotheses. One was corporate social responsibility playing a crucial role in healthcare industry. Another was there are several initiatives of corporate social responsibility has been taken for a better healthcare access. The result was corporate social responsibility has changed the lives of people and has immensely transformed healthcare system. There are several hospitals, they are maintaining a balance between economic affairs and sustainability. An economically efficient hospital and their people strictly follow the norms of corporate governance practices in healthcare industry. And the result is there are numerous kind of activities which are there in CSR. So in this CSR changes the lives of people and has immensely transformed healthcare system. In the last decade, corporate governance and corporate social responsibility in the healthcare sector faced the most drastic changes, including changes in technology, and strive to unite corporate governance and health care. Conclusion is they are taking so many initiatives, but I have through the analysis I come to the conclusion that there should be some they should also provide some other kind of activities. They should do about to provide the mental health counseling, schools, health counseling, a special arrangement for people with disability, sex education in community schools, drug abuse awareness drive, and plantation drives. However, at so many places you must have seen that plantation drives are going on, but I have written because this is very important part for our life right now. So this has been concluded that corporate social responsibility contribute in healthcare system in India and its allied services. Thank you. Thank you.
So nice presentation, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, again, few limitations which I found for the paper. I mean, you are going to take this topic for your PhD as well, right?
Right.
So CSR itself is having many kind of fields and parameters on which you can do your empirical work and quantitative work separately. As in, you have taken CSR overall, right? So there can be CSR itself is having many fields. If you are the master, you are going to be on this particular topic, you will become master sooner or later after some when you will complete your PhD. So those topics, those parameters should be taken separately. That will emphasize the topic as well, and that will create a good domain of work done by a researcher if you are taking the empirical work separately on the different parameters of CSR.
Right.
And doing the literatures again, LR may I have given this advice to every research scholar that please go through the bibliometric analysis whenever you are doing your literature work. Nowadays, a very booming and buzzword to take your literature with the help of this analysis. So again, showing the LR in the simpler way and covering so many range of journals would not work. Try to have analyzed your work for the literature part as well.
Right.
This is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. May I now request Dr. Anjali Munde, Associate Professor at Amity College of Commerce and Finance, to present certificate to Dr. Renu Yadav. I request Dr. Renu Yadav ma'am to share her valuable insights on this technical session.
So, ma'am, if you're able to hear me, Anjali ma'am, Shivi ma'am, and Punita ma'am, we would just be starting with the panel discussion in another 5 minutes. So you please stay online and I will just get back to you. I'm just wanting to let you know that you are in the right room. The thing is that the previous session has got extended, so we're just about to start. Thank you.
Renu ma'am.
So thank you so much. Namaskar and warm greetings of the day to all the people over here, the organizers of this conference, Dr. Anjali Munde, who have invited me over here, all the paper presenters and students. No doubt, this was a nice efforts taken by the university, and I first and foremost I want to congratulate to this MIT College of Commerce and Finance to have this effort of organizing this international conference on this topic of digital transformation and sustainability in business practices after such a long time of pandemic havoc, right? We are meeting offline after such a long time, and it really gives immense satisfaction when you are talking to the people face to face, and when you are having the questions, when you are having certain answers from the research scholars face to face. So nice to come over here to hear the views of the presenters, to provide certain you can say the suggestions, advices, and to the people who are in this field, are new and at a nascent stage, so that research work can be more emphasized in the nearby future. Because right now in the stage we are, research is required everywhere, right? And through this platform, the ultimate objective of this conference is very much fulfilled, that we have arranged for certain academia, we have arranged for certain research practitioners and the people from the industry side to come over here and present their views on this topic of digitalization along with the sustainability practices. So the ultimate objective, the school has fulfilled very well, university has done it, has done very right efforts for fulfilling the objective. So I once again congratulate to all the paper presenters who have done their level best and who have put high efforts for having certain works about this topic, and give their best in order to have more and more in the research field of this topic. So keep it doing and have the research work on the platform so that your explicit knowledge can be used by the future people for the future researchers. So all the very best and very good luck from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your deep knowledge with us. Now I request Dr. Anjali Munde to propose vote of thanks.
Just a minute, students. Just give me a minute. I'll just wind it up in another 1 minute. So I would like to express my sincere thanks to the session chair, Dr. Renu Yadav, for the valuable suggestions and remarks that she has given to the presenters. And our heartfelt thanks to all the presenters for their proactive contribution. I'm sure all the research papers that have been presented today have enlightened all of us and aided us to gain insight and information on the various topics of general management that we have covered on the theme of digital transformation and sustainability. Once again, I thank all the paper presenters and contributors who had made this session a successful event. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, so you are not supposed to leave the hall, please. Huh? Okay.
मेरा वो कहाँ चले गया? मेरा मोबाइल कहाँ है? बेटा ये देना जरा। तुम
इसका लॉगिन रहने देता हूँ, फिर क्या होता है? लॉगिन ही रहने देना। कैमरा बंद कर रहा हूँ। हाँ, कैमरा बंद कर रहा हूँ, बस मीटिंग होनी रहने दो। हाँ, कैमरा ऑफ कर दे, मीटिंग चलती रहने दियो। सुरेश।
I request please seated and please put your mobile phones in silent mode. So all our speakers are here with us in both offline and online mode. And I would request each one of you to please be seated and please put your mobile phones in silent mode. So very good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of all the team members of Amity College of Commerce and Finance, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, I welcome you all. I welcome all the dignitaries on and off the dais in both the online and offline mode, the participants, faculty members, scholars to the 5th International Conference on Digital Transformation and Sustainability in Business Practices during the 7th and 8th day of April 2022, with Goldsmiths University of London as a knowledge partner and QX Global and ISDC as a corporate sponsors. I welcome you to this panel discussion on challenges and enablers of women entrepreneurship. We are privileged to have with us a panel of eminent experts for this theme. Dr. Ivan Zupik, faculty, Goldsmiths University of London, UK. Dr. Rishiraj Singh, Director General, All India MSME Foundation, Ahmedabad. Ms. Suman Singh, Founder, Studio Hulia. Ms. Anjali Srivastav, Chief Operating Officer and Director, HR Code5 Technologies Private Limited, and Founder, SchoolAdmissionIndia.com. Ms. Punita Chadda Khanna, Founder, Handpicked by PC. Ms. Shivi Jabalia, Co-Founder, NH8 Restaurants and Chakkiwale, who is joined by us in the online mode. Ms. Anita Sharma, Founder, Inkpot Hub and Drive on My Own. She's also the first women skydiver with a disability. She's also with us in an online mode. I once again welcome all the dignitaries online and offline and all the participants, faculty members and scholars to this panel discussion. Dr. Ivan Zupik is faculty in entrepreneurship at the Institute of Management Studies, Goldsmiths University of London, UK. He completed his PhD in management and organization at Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Ljubljana, Slovenia. His research interests include digital strategy and innovation, technology entrepreneurship, high growth firms, entrepreneurial ecosystems, and research methods. Prior to foraying in academia, he also had a stint as a consultant in the IT industry and also as a journalist in the media. We welcome you, sir. We have with us Dr. Rishiraj Singh, sir, who is presently the Director General, All India MSME Foundation, Ahmedabad. He is an MA in Sociology and a PhD holder on gender issues in women entrepreneurship development in India. He has a vast experience of over 30 years in designing and conducting international training programs in the area of human resource development and entrepreneurship. He's also an honorary advisor of Brain Behavior Research Foundation of India, IPEM, and is a member of the Startup Committee of AICTE New Delhi. He has also made significant contributions in CBSE's entrepreneurship curriculum for grade 11th and 12th, which was included as a subject in the schools of CBSE. Sir is also the recipient of the Atal Bihari Vajpayee National Award in 2021 and has also conducted almost 350 women entrepreneurship training programs, which benefited more than 1,505 women officials, trainers, promoters, teachers, and professors. We welcome you, sir. Ms. Suman Singh, ma'am, she's the founder of Studio Hulia. She has over 25 years of corporate and development sector experience in India and Southeast Asia with bilateral and multilateral donor agencies and national and state governments on projects focused on poverty, governance, climate change, human resource management, and sustainable development goals.
Her expertise include project planning and management, strategy design, monitoring and evaluation, negotiation, licensing, team building, and communication with integrity and result-oriented approach. Ma'am is an MA in Sociology from Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi, and also has a PG diploma in HR from Amity University. She has worked in various capacities with United Nations Development Program as project manager, strengthening human resource management of civil services, institution development strategist, and in various other roles. We welcome you, ma'am. Ms. Anjali Srivastav is the co-founder and director at Codefire Technologies Private Limited, and also the founder at schooladmissionsindia.com. She has over 20 years of professional experience and has been instrumental in setting up operations and undertakes complete management of business and HR operations at Codefire Technologies. She's also done her executive program in growth strategies and business leadership from IIM Calcutta. She holds a degree of master's in computer science and has also received the award for top women entrepreneur in India in 2020 by greatcompanies.in. She's an inspiration for women across the country and was also recognized for HR Excellence and Emerging Entrepreneur Award in 2018 by Women Making India. We welcome you, ma'am. Then we have with us Ms. Shibi Jabalia in the online mode. She's the co-founder NH8 Restaurants and Chakkiwale. She's a member of IMB Goldman Sachs Global 10K Women Entrepreneur Cohort. Her 15 years of management education experience acquired the Physical Shaper Ventures, and she co-founded NH8 Restaurant and Chakkiwale with her husband. Grounded in roots and authenticity is the guiding force behind these ventures. While NH8 fulfills the mission of overwhelming hospitality with gastronomical delight, Chakkiwale, which is an year-old startup, is committed to bringing freshly grounded flours, spices, and other kitchen necessities at the doorsteps. We welcome you, ma'am. She's here with us in the online mode. We have with us Ms. Anita Sharma also in online mode. She's a professor, entrepreneur, and YouTuber. As an entrepreneur, she runs two unique ventures. The first venture is Drive on My Own, which is a mobility solution provider platform for people with locomotive disability, reduced mobility. It provides end-to-end solutions that help them learn to drive on accessible and modified cars. While the second one is Inkpot Hub, which is India's first digital platform that enriches and celebrates the journey of researchers. It is incubated at ISB Mohali and has featured more than 250 stories so far. As a professor, she has taught entrepreneurship at the institutes of repute such as IIM Amritsar, IMT Ghaziabad, and Thapar University. As a YouTuber, she runs two channels to communicate with her audience in different spaces like research and disability. She's also the fellow of IIM Indore and India Inclusion Summit, Bangalore. We welcome you, ma'am. Also in the online mode, we have our panelist, Ms. Punita Chadda Khanna, ma'am. She's the woman behind the most talked about market currently, DLF Artisanal Market, handpicked by PC at Gurgaon. She's quite passionate and one of the most inspirational women who's ever stopped and looked back in life. After spending considerable time in the corporate career, being at senior positions for 15 years at Oberoi Hotels and 5 years at Aman Resorts, she moved to Gurugram in 2018 and launched her first market at Gurgaon residence in October 2019, when she felt the absence of a community connect beyond malls and eateries. At the start of the COVID-19 second wave, her whole family got COVID positive, and during the peak of it, she was unfortunately diagnosed with breast cancer. Despite going through medication and chemo, she personally visits and supervises every market since morning till evening. She's a symbol of strength and inspiration to many women, and this time she's back with more power, hopes, adventure, and new ideas. We welcome you, ma'am. So, before any further delay, I would just like to shortly mention that according to a recent research published in 2020, it was found that necessity-driven factors play an important role in motivating female entrepreneurs to advance their careers. However, these factors may be transformed into the opportunity-driven motives. Furthermore, the findings suggest that Asia's collectivist culture and family support significantly affect the success of women entrepreneurs. With this note, I would request Dr. Ivan to please take over as a moderator, and I invite upon all the panelists to please share their own experiences and their own perspectives related to the challenges and enablers of women entrepreneurship. Over to you, Dr. Ivan.
Thank you very much. Welcome to everybody from my side as well. So welcome to our distinguished panelists. Welcome to the audience. Without further ado, I think we can start with the discussion. One good thing about being a panelist is that you can ask questions, right? And we will start by asking questions from our distinguished panel. And I'll ask the same question to everybody. Right, so we will start with the theme of our today's discussion. Right, so it is what kind of issues, what kind of challenges women entrepreneurs face. But I think we shouldn't focus only on the negatives. Right, let's focus also on the positives. What are the successes? What are the enablers of women entrepreneurship? And maybe I would also ask each of the panelists to maybe say one or two ideas how we could improve, right? Let's just start. I'll go in no particular order. Let's say Anjali, could you maybe start with the
Thank you, Dr. Ivan. So it's my privilege and honor to be part of this wonderful international conference, because I'm not here to share my experiences and journey, but to also learn about the different aspects from the different panelists as well. And I hope you guys, because I am seeing many women, okay, girls, I should say girls in the group. So you would be interested in knowing what are the challenges being a woman we face an entrepreneur. So although we all know being an entrepreneur, we face many problems. It's not a one-time job or something, because you are responsible whatever you are doing. So right from the beginning to end, you have to do everything on your own, right? If I'm running a software company, so it's not only I have to manage clients or teams. Sometimes I also have to see whether my peon is in office. And second, shifting to entrepreneurship was not an easy, living that comfortable life, huge perks. Okay, I shifted from US. So when we started, we had an idea to start or enter into entrepreneurship. So initially, whenever we talk about entrepreneurship, it's a very glamorized word, but you have to sit without AC. There are no people around you. You are a one team member. So managing everything on your own is a big challenge in itself. Apart from this, being a woman, because women wear multiple caps. Okay, we are mother, we are housewives, we are daughter-in-law, we have to manage everything, and we have to be professional. It's not a part-time professional. If you are entering into entrepreneurship, we have to be full-time professional. So one biggest challenge for me, being from a technical background, I was zero in finance, although I know all the students are here from finance background. So one thing which I quickly learned, because if what means I was into entrepreneurship, whatever I'm earning, if I am not able to check my finances, that was the biggest problem for me. So you have to learn. It's not learning is your ongoing process. So one biggest challenge for me, you have to devote time each and every day on learning finances, on learning HR, on learning operations. So these were the few challenges that I had to face. And I can say, because as I have done technically education, MCA, then I thought hiring a people is much more easier than to do a work. So I went to IIM Calcutta and learned growth strategies and business. So that means the learning is an ongoing process, and that this process is still going on. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's try to mix, right, a little bit offline and online. So I'll take one of the online panelists. So I'm inviting Punita, if you can maybe start from the online side of this discussion. So basically same question. What are the issues? What are the challenges? What are the enablers? What is the positives? And maybe some things to improve.
Thank you. Thank you to Amity, firstly, to invite me to the panel, and thank you for your question, Professor Ivan. I think the challenges of being an entrepreneur overlap with men and women, but women have some unique challenges. I think the environment that we are in, our family, and ourselves lead to certain challenges. And I'll start with self before, because we normally end up, pointing the finger around us rather than just looking at it. I think because of our social conditioning as women, because of our expected roles as the primary caretaker, as the mother, as the person who manages the house, even if the external pressure is not there, we put, as entrepreneurs or as working women, we put a lot of pressure on ourselves and our own expectations of our roles. So I think there arises a bit of conflict with us as women. So that's, I think, the first step when you set out and you decide to do something in the world. I think that's the first challenge that we have to face, and then we have to face it internally, and we have to stop feeling guilty about working. If a man doesn't have to feel guilty about not attending his child's birthday party, we as women have to tell ourselves that we are also working, and we need to balance that in our own heads. Once we cross that head, of course, we need to get our family support. We need to turn them around to what we are doing. We need to make them understand, and that is a very difficult thing sometimes, especially in a traditional Indian family where a woman's role is seen as at home. So that becomes our second challenge. Now, once we faced all those challenges in our immediate environment, I think as a woman entrepreneur, the biggest challenge we feel from the environment around us is to be taken seriously. Somehow when a woman does something, it's considered to be a hobby first. And she has to really prove herself to and make it well known to not only just her employees, but everybody around her, that this is not a hobby, this is my passion, this is my work, and I'm working hard at it. And, it is something that I'm extremely serious about. As I'd asked all, I run a market in which I have 50 small businesses which come every week. And I'm very proud to say that 80% of them are women-led. But one of the challenges when I was talking to them, and I was speaking to them, 2 days ago, saying, what are your challenges? I think the first thing that says it, that they find hesitation in funding. When they go and talk to people who are financing them, whether it's banks or PE funds, there's a hesitation when it's a woman. It's almost like the first thing they ask is, okay, who is your partner? There's supposed to be a man in the room constantly, right? So that is one of the challenges that we face as women, that because you're a woman, maybe you don't get financing, maybe you don't get business, and maybe you think it's a hobby. I think that that's one of the first concerns. Some of my colleagues also mentioned that even vendors tend to take them a little less seriously, think they can be taken for a ride, etc. That happens. Collections again, people owe you money, think because you're a woman, they can push you around and not pay you on time. So these are some of the challenges that you face as a woman, which are separate from the challenges that all entrepreneurs face. However, on the positive side, I am seeing more and more women following their passion. A lot of women are becoming entrepreneurs because they're finding corporate jobs hard to manage with a work-life balance. So they're going into entrepreneurship, and it's very, very tough, and it's much more work than being in a job, but it does give you some amount of flexibility in your time. A very positive thing that I'm seeing in the entrepreneurial world, women world, is women supporting women. I'm actually more and more, I'm seeing little groups forming of women helping each other. There's an increasing sisterhood where women realize they need to support each other. And in the big, tough business world, I'm finding that as a really positive spark, really. Thanks. Those are my remarks at the beginning.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. So let's go back to the offline panel. So I would ask Dr. Rishi Raj to tell your views on the question we're discussing today.
Thank you, Dr. Ivan. Just from two panelists, I have heard about the problem and challenges. When I was doing my research, so I met most of the women entrepreneurs because my research is on gender issues. When I asked about the problems, then around, I think, 40% women entrepreneurs, they gave a smile. And I got surprised. Why a smile? They said, we welcome, sir, with a smile, the problems. Why? They said, when there is a problem, there is a business opportunity. When there is a problem, there is a business opportunity. We have to explore. Because for the problems, we have to search out the solution, and solution is the business opportunity. So that was the greatest learning. And I have worked 30 years in entrepreneurship areas because we were teaching, but we were not practical. So I learned from her. And another things which we mentioned, the challenge. Yeah, challenge also good because that provide you the chance to prove yourself. Yes, I can do it. I can do it. But both things, who can do? If you inculcate the spirit of entrepreneurship. That is why we have two terminology, entrepreneur or intrapreneur. So both are good for economy, for society, for family, for the country. So entrepreneur are those who mobilize the resources, who manage the resources, develop an enterprise, take risk. They are creative, innovative, and they create the wealth or the services and goods and contribute in the GDP. And entrepreneur are those who support or who contribute for the growth and development of the organization. So both are good. So God gives the opportunity to fulfill the dream for everyone. Who encash the opportunity, they become the master. They become entrepreneur. And who are not able to catch the opportunity at the right time, they work to fulfill the dreams of others. Either they can be in the job or they can be as an entrepreneur. So if you are entrepreneur also, that is also good because you are different from others. You are different from others. And with one of the research I found, who develop entrepreneur by themselves and who develop through training, there is a big difference. Because entrepreneurship training develop that confidence and that entrepreneurship spirit. If you can do that, I think nobody can do management, etc. They manage by themselves. And that is I'm telling through my life. Till then, I understood the real meaning of entrepreneurship. Then my boss is there or not, but I have to work myself. I have to initiate some new things, some innovative training programs, every year 4 or 5 programs, new programs, which benefit to the people for that there. And now, which I found are in women entrepreneurs also there, like this is the problems and the challenges, I gave this one. And who can manage through entrepreneurship only, this one there. And another things, with 2-3 years, I am analyzing the profiles of the people. And I found there are some psychological blocks which are very important and they stop to grow, even to the professional, even to the women entrepreneurs. 1,000 women entrepreneurs, I analyze the profile, and for minor things, they block in their life. And now they are successful. Now they are successful. They develop such confidence. Whatever the problems they see, they feel happy for that. And they try to bring that as an opportunity for that. And they are ready to, yes, I can do it. I want to prove it for that there. So these psychological factors are very, very important for that there, which I found very, very effective. Even take the family. Your family member understand your feelings and the emotions. Tell me, all of you are here, whether they understand your feelings and emotion. Yes or no? Yes. Oh my God, only 2-3 people are saying. And by force they are saying. By force. But my experience is in a rare case, the people understand the feelings and the emotions. If they understand, I think relationship is good, number one. When relationship is good, then peace is there. When peace is there, you can manage everything very nicely, whether your professional life, whether your family life. That is my experience for that there. So I had developed this profile. I am analyzing and I am giving the solution. Till now, I am not charging anything. Till now, I am not charging anything. Around 10 countries, people are in touch with me also there, and they are getting the benefit for that there. So if you can ask, what are these blocks? I can tell you the solution. So maybe I'm not taking more time for that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. So let's now go back online. So I would like to ask Dr. Anita, please, can you tell us your view on the question?
Hi, Ivan, and thank you so much for calling me. And I lost my earphone. Yes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Amity University, for inviting me. This is such an interesting session which I'm attending today on women entrepreneur, and this is something which we all experience every day. While listening to the panelists, I got a lot of insights already, and I think that the experiences which I have had so far are quite different from what others are experiencing, because my journey started when I moved out of my home at the age of 30. And then I suddenly realized that when I moved out of my home, I broke that bubble, which was unseen and hardly realized. I hardly realized that there was a bubble of comfort around me. And the moment I moved out of my home at the age of 30 to study again, and that immediate gratification I got when I started living all alone, independently, studying. I opened my bank account for the first time without my father and mother. And that was one smallest achievement I have had in the year 2011. And after that, the journey was very, very interesting. Why I'm saying that, when I started at the age of 30, before that, I was in the comfort zone of my family and parents around, my siblings around. But when I moved out of my home, the entire life changed, and the situations drastically made me who I am today. When I was under the umbrella of my parents' shelter and comfort, I was not able to take any decision, and I realized that that was a biggest barrier in my growth, when we stay with our parents and when we are in our comfort zones. So that is one thing which I did at the age of 30 after realization. I broke my engagement, I called off my marriage and moved out of my home, because that marriage was not something which I wanted to go for. So immediate challenge was around taking what next. So I chose something wherein nobody could say no. So I moved out to pursue my PhD and completed in 2015. And from 2011 to 2015, I finished it from IIM Indore in the area of entrepreneurship and strategic management, and then became a professor full-time in IIM Amritsar, Thapa University, and visiting professor at various places. And all through these many years, I have taught subject, which is again very close to this particular conversation which we are having. It is entrepreneurship. So I've taught that subject for 16 years. And then after teaching the subject for 16 years, I was always challenged by my own students that you have not done any entrepreneurial venture in your life and you are teaching. So that practice experience was not there in front of me. So in 2018, I decided that I should quit my job. I was working with IIM Amritsar as a professor. I quit my job and started two ventures, and these two ventures are having a very interesting life of their own. So the first venture is based on my own PhD experience. When I was a student in IIM Indore, I had certain, pain points, certain challenges while pursuing the PhD. So Inkpot Hub is an outcome to solve the problems which I was experiencing, and I saw many other researchers experiencing the same pain point. So started with that. Inkpot Hub is now 3 years old, which is for researchers and PhD students and institutes. So we help to help students to decide research as a career choice. Another very interesting thing which I did in 2018-19, which was called which is starting off my own another venture, which is called as Drive on My Own. It's a solutions provider for people with disabilities. So when we talk about challenges of a woman entrepreneur, I would say challenges of a woman with disability and entrepreneurship, that multifolds and gives a lot of other challenges, when, the one more variable of complex variability adds to it. So that becomes extremely challenging, but I'll not talk about disability in this conversation today, but that definitely added to my complex equation of life. So when I look back and reflect on why I started all these things, so I read a very interesting book called as Ikigai, The Purpose of Being. So the immediate response which I realized in my life, that at the age of 30, when I moved out of my home, I had no purpose. When I joined IIM Amritsar, I had no purpose. So eventually I realized that to live this life meaningfully, it is important to have that purpose. And this book came as a gift when I realized that my purpose was to serve people with disabilities in this country. Because of lack of accessibility and social taboos, many people experience a lot of challenges. So I have been driving cars for last 20 years. And because of that driving, hand control car, modified cars, I've been driving. So that gave me a lot of confidence. And I saw that there is no other driving school in India. We contacted more than 2,000 driving schools as a market survey, and we found that no driving school was offering solutions for people with disabilities and helping them to learn how to drive a car. So here comes Drive on My Own, and it started. So a lot of things were not known to me as an entrepreneur, but theoretically I was very much clear about as a subject entrepreneurship, but I have never experienced that personally. So the first challenge which I experienced was to manage my own finances and understanding that psychology of money, that how it works and from where you can get it. Do I need to going for bootstrapping, or should I raise money? Should I go, for a bank loan? That was a challenge, but we are still bootstrapping, and that is one challenge which I have experienced. Another thing which I experienced was a very tricky thing over here. So whenever we talk about, we need to follow our passion. So my passion was driving. So when I started Drive on My Own, the passion for driving took a back seat, and immediately I became a trainer how to drive. So the conflict between whether I'm still passionate about driving as a driver, or I'm passionate about training as a trainer. So that conflict I had, and to run that business, I had to be a trainer, not a driver, to follow my passion. So that challenge which I experienced, and I always tell people, so when we say that follow your passion, do photography, do whatever you want, but then when we start something around businesses, we always have to think in sense of business to make money and to make it big, and the growth should be reflected in figures and quantitative value. So that is again one of the challenges which we experience in general. But when we talk about women, I personally have not experienced that challenge of being a woman in different spaces. I have not experienced that one. First, why? Because I am still a single woman, and I do not have a second, family to handle and manage. So that challenge is not coming, and all my parents are kind of very much comfortable in what I do now. So that challenge I have not experienced, but now I am realizing it is important for us to understand our, whenever I talk to people now. So first thing is, it is important to understand the purpose of being. The second thing which is important to understand is Miraki, your own, what makes you creative, what makes your soul satiating, what do you love, what kind of all these aspects which help us grow in a bigger and a better way. So these are certain things which I would like to share. I wanted to share with you all. So some keywords, but I think one more point which suddenly popped up in my mind, having a role model is very important. So we need to figure it out, like what kind of person we want to be with our own skin, and we need to have that challenging path, and we need to challenge ourselves each and every day. So this is from my side in terms of challenges and enablers perspective. So I realized that being single is one of the value addition in my life so far. Thank you.
All right, so we are going back to offline. So I would like to ask Suman if you could share your experience and your views on the question.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Amity, for having me over. And it's great to meet the panelists, as well as I can see a very young crowd here. And I'd be very interested to share about my brand, which is called Studio Julia. Now, my journey is a bit different from others and a bit similar to some, in the sense that I was doing something entirely different all my life for 25 years. And then I took a total change in what I wanted to do. I was working with the development sector, as you heard in my introduction, but I always wanted to do something creative. And on and off, people, my family, my friends used to say, oh, you're very creative. You know, I do photography. Every day I used to hear this from somebody or the other, and I always felt that I wanted to do something on my own. So there was a dream, there was an inner calling of doing something creative. And in 2019, I started first, of course, to think what you want to do and to park your confidence there. Okay, fine, you want to start your own business, but like what? What will you do? Which product or service you want to get into manufacturing? What? That is a difficult question. To decide what do you do, how do you do it, and what is the purpose of doing it? So I answered these three, figured out these three questions for myself and landed up with silver. I basically landed up with jewelry, and mainly with silver jewelry and of course fashion jewelry. The great enabler for me at that point of time when I wanted to start was my family. Very conducive environment from my family side. And of course, technology in sense that it took me only 6 months from the time I conceptualized or I thought that I want to do something to actually do it, because I had Instagram or these web development platforms, which enabled me to start very quickly and try to reach my audiences or the customers. So these two things especially have been great enablers for me. But when you start as an entrepreneur, and as many of the other panelists have said, it is not as rosy as it looks. So I was working 9 to 5 before that. I now work 24/7. I actually do. Sometimes I also think of it in my dreams. When I sleep, I think, what is the next step I need to take for my organization. So I rightly named it Julia, because Julia is a Turkish word and it means a dream. So Julia is my dream of doing something creative. And with this dream, I also want to fulfill another dream of having a social purpose. So with Julia, we are trying to connect with, pursue the social purpose by connecting with UN women, so that we could empower some women somewhere, and we are already doing one of these projects in Orissa. So we are sharing a part of our profits there. For me, the biggest constraint is the fact, basically, I think I need more capability as well as financial management is concerned. And also, as an entrepreneur, fine, you can have the creativity, you can have the taste to create things and curate things, but you need content. Content means professional stuff, even in photography, professional photography. So, and when you are on Instagram or on a website, you need to create content on a daily basis to catch the attention of your audiences. If you fail for a week, you lose 5 followers. I can actually see that on a daily basis. Okay, this morning when I woke up, it was this much. By evening, it was this much. Tomorrow, it is that much. And all these things matter, because that is how you're growing your market. So basically, this multitasking, is not easy, because you have to first create designs, shoot them, manage the inventory, do all the packaging, do all the creatives for your boxes, your business card, your branding, everything. But you are an expert in none. So you are actually learning and doing every day. Continuous learning is not easy. It's not easy at all. It's quite tiring at sometimes. Also, because by the virtue of the fact that I was never into business and I had no idea about jewelry other than buying jewelry myself, I had no idea of the supply chains. Where will I find the products? Who are the actual vendors? Where are the manufacturers? So getting down to the supply chain, down to the, to the manufacturer level is not easy, number one. Getting work done from karigars is definitely not easy. If I'm designing, I'm trying to get them created on my own. It's quite tough. And then of course, finding the networks, because what the networks that I had for past 20 now. So I need to set up a new network totally to promote my business, which is again, not an easy task. But having said all that, I must say I enjoy every day of doing this. It's very fulfilling, and it's very challenging, but it's very, very fulfilling. So this is my small journey with Studio Julia.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences. So we go to last but not least of our panelists. So we go back in line. So Shivi, could you please tell us what are your views on the questions we're discussing?
Thanks a lot, Ivan, and the conference organizers for calling me, inviting me on this very relevant discussion. So when I say it relevant, the reason being that 20 years back, we were talking about the issues which are pertaining to the working women. But now we are not merely working women who are contributing to the family income. Rather, we are contributing to the some way in the lives and facilitating the lives of others also. So quite a much into the decision making. And here we are talking about the women entrepreneurship, a major role what she has to play, decision making, which a stereotypical women is kind of questioned about. So when I'm going to talk about my own journey as an entrepreneur, the challenges will also come into focus. So 12 years back, I and my husband, we started a restaurant named NH8 in Bangalore. It's a Rajasthani theme-based restaurant, which came out of the need of the place. And we are quite happy about it as we have done something new. But, and it was going good. We got a huge applaud by the people also. The audience was good. People were coming, they were congratulating us, they were enjoying. After some years, I couldn't continue my work as I was doing in the beginning, owing to the family responsibilities, the first child. And then comes the second child also after some years. So I was a part and parcel of starting of that whole idea, the business, the name itself, but I was not part when it was growing. And that hurt me also, but I couldn't leave my family also. After some years, the thrust was already there. I joined back. When I joined back, I found that the scenario has been changed. When we started, there was no online aggregators, there was no social media hue and cry. So I have to polish my skills when I came. I don't know what is Instagram, how to work on Instagram, as she was talking. So new age businesses, what they're saying. But 5 years back, then I understood how the businesses are too much dependent on Zomato, Swiggy, and the Instagram and the Facebook. So it is not merely how we can serve food, good food to the customers, rather how we can invite those customers on these social media platforms, which have their own rules. They set, they make you king, they make you beggar also at time. So this is what we have to learn. I learned the skills and all. Then comes the age of digital marketing, which is quite a different of what we have been doing. So either you are cooking, you are serving, you are making your customer happy. That is just one part of the thing. But the most important part being how you are attracting and inviting them, your ratings, SEOs and all. So that is the new things which I have learned. But now I'm totally into it. Last 5 years, I'm back into my own business. Now this particular pandemic was a big hit to the restaurant, especially the hospitality industry. It was unprecedented. And that was the time again, I talked about the personal responsibilities, the family responsibilities, which was a big time challenge for me for the restaurant thing. During that time, the restaurant flourished also, but I was not a major part of that. After that, when I joined back, it took time for me to prove to even my own husband, who is a co-founder, that I am equally capable as you are in taking the business to the next level. So those skills were important for me to learn. And then when I came back, I thought of like one more venture, since it was lockdown and the restaurants were not running. So what next? So decision making, the role of decision making, better we should go forward, we should stay here, we should wait for it. And then we decided that, okay, it's time to move forward with the backward integration, something called as Chakki Wale. So Chakkiwale is a kind of an e-commerce platform where we thought that there's again a need in the market where people want the fresh things to be eaten. So freshly grinded flours, freshly milled flours, hand pounded spices, and other healthy groceries were the focus there. And then we started delivering it to the society's apartment. People liked the idea very much. It is all fresh, it is all on time, it is all by the neighborhood mills and all, and that it got popularity. So this is the thing that how we started Anachate, how I started Chakkiwale. And this Chakkiwale is by God's grace now doing good in Bangalore. It's a good name. People like it a lot. And now with this, I thought about the cause related things also. So try to tie up with the NGOs also so we can procure the things from them. As I said, that society is one of the place where which can help, which can create a problems for the women entrepreneurs. But at the same time, women are too much versed in the society that even they can sense what is the societal need. And that is what gives rise to the ventures also. So again, Chakkiwale is something which is too much embedded in the society, the reason what society is looking for. And then we came up with this idea. So society may be creating many a times problem to the women entrepreneurs, and other times society is also the enabler for the women entrepreneurs also to flourish with the ideas as they can sense up the needs of the society more than their male counterparts. That is what I think. So these are the challenges which I'm talking about, but other challenges are also there, which I felt is quite common among other women entrepreneurs also. One is the access to information and networking. So we don't have that networking group where we can without hesitation go and ask anything. And I found as one of the greatest enabler when I went for this Goldman Sachs program. I am Bangalore conducted this program with the sponsorship of the Goldman Sachs, and where I found a network of 135 women entrepreneurs across the country, across the different cities of the country. And then we were kind of trained, immense rigorous training was made for some 3 months, and where all the, as we are talking about the financial aspects and all, so we were actually acting as a kind of a student. We were sitting there attending all those classes, discussing on our issues, particular issues, and with the women, with the kind of women entrepreneurs which we were having in our team. We were talking and discussing, and with the case studies and the kind of the breakout rooms that gave us an understanding that more or less we had the same kind of problem. And then this informally also we start discussing about it. So this platform, this networking is quite an important thing, which also helps in access to information also. So now this 135 women in one cohort, there are many cohorts which are running parallel, and we can have access to information where we can anytime ask anything, if any difficulty, whether it's a technical issue, it's a behavioral issue, it's the experience based issue, that what I'm feeling this, I'm facing this issue right now, what should I do? This is the one question, and I got 100 of very relevant and filtered solutions for that, which I can even apply. So that is what the power of network, which I felt, which many women entrepreneurs are missing. And now, but fortunately, this is the era of women entrepreneurs. So 20 years back, it was kind of different thing. Today, it's different thing. So people are more and more talking about it. Many like Emerge, Han, there are so many women on networks are there, and which womenistic app is there which has come, so which is actually helping women. We need not to depend on someone, and directly we can get the technical solutions also. So that is, and digitalization of the things. COVID is a boon also in a way, because many things have moved to the digital manner, and this digitalization helps the women to work from their homes also. So businesses can even run from home. That itself is a big thing. So you can take care of your family responsibility along with your business also. So this is what I want to talk about when I'm thinking about the challenges and enablers also. So more micro enterprises, more of the networking, the ways which.
Can I stop you for a while? So
Yeah, sure.
a little bit limited time, so I'll give also a word to others. So before we go to questions from the audience, let's if anybody from the panelists has any comment on what the other panelists said, just short comments, 1 or 2 minutes maybe. No takers?
Yeah, we can.
All right, let's go then on to questions to the audience. Any questions from the audience that we have? Maybe please raise your hand and you'll get the mic to speak. Yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Rashada Salmani. Thank you so much for your insightful remarks that you have given. My question is specially directed to Dr. Anita Sharma, ma'am. Ma'am, as somebody who's into the study of disability, ma'am, my research area is disability. So as a student, my question to you is, are there any challenges that you would like to mention with regards to especially disabled women, the challenges that they have to face in the area of entrepreneurship? And ma'am, if there's any reform that Indian society needs to incorporate in order to make it a more healthy environment for more women and more people with disability to come ahead and, venture into entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Thank you for this beautiful question. I would like to know your name.
Ma'am, Rashida Salmani.
Yeah, hi Rashida, thanks. This is a very beautiful question. Disability itself, when we talk about disability as a word, it itself limits our abilities. So, we generally talk in terms of body limitations, but mind is always wandering. So we all talk about like what exactly we want to do in our lives. So be a person is a disabled person or not a disabled person. So first challenge which I always experience as a human being, that when people call me by any other name than disabled person. So for instance, somebody calls me a person with a different ability or person with special needs. All these kind of words are, more like positive euphemisms. So which I personally don't encourage and enjoy. So this is one challenge which I experience. And in terms of overall societal perspectives, it is going to take generations and generations to solve the problem of a person with a disability, because if you solve one problem today, the next problem will come up tomorrow. So there is a chance that if people with disabilities are all around, it means that so many entrepreneurial opportunities are there. So we always pray to find those problems and find those solutions for those problems coming from that community. And I've seen a lot of people with disabilities are finding solutions for the problems which they are experiencing. So your question is very pertinent, but the answer to this question is that the reforms are going to take years and years and years, because it's all in the mindset. So one change today will bring up some new questions tomorrow. So all we need to have that positive mindset to ask, to seek answers to each of these questions. So disability is challenging, definitely. Being a woman with a disability is more challenging, because every time you have to prove your ability as a woman first, and then as a disabled person second. So I've been labeled as a rebel at my home, because what others are not able to identify what I could do. So I have to make various rebellious decisions. I had taken various rebellious decisions in my life, be it related to travel, be it related to studies, be it related to living alone, be it related to working from home in these challenging times. So all these things have been challenging, but I have lived a very satisfying life, and this is a very happy life, which I imagine that there could not have been any other alternate for me to be happy, because this disability has given me opportunities as well. So I'm always identified as a person with a disability, but I love to be in this space. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. So do we have any more questions from the audience? Don't be shy. This is the time to ask. Yes.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Meenakshi. So there's this one narrative that we are talking about women entrepreneurs and their challenges. And then there is another narrative where women themselves have said, stop talking about the challenges. Men are not called men entrepreneurs. Why are we called women entrepreneurs? Just call us entrepreneurs. So stop talking about the things which are obvious and dealt with. So what are your thoughts on that? And these are Indian women I'm talking about.
We celebrate Women's Day, right? So I don't know, is there any Men's Day? Yes, ma'am, 19 November. Okay. So similarly, it's very interesting because generally what happens, this term has been like from the older time period when women were not allowed to come out, you know. So now maybe in another few years, we will stop using this term as a woman entrepreneur. It will be an entrepreneur. But when I mentioned like women, they have to, because to be very frank, women are more powerful. Okay, so they manage emotionally, and in other areas they are more stronger than men. I'm so sorry. Okay, so this term has been used as women entrepreneur because it comes from the older time period. But we wear multiple caps. To be very frank, even by sitting here, I was checking my phone whether driver has picked up my son from school or whether my in-laws, they have been given medicine or not. So I'm sure men, they are not doing this thing, you know. So this tag will obviously, when we will get more support system, so this tag will also go away very soon.
Actually want to add to that. I think why we are using this word at this point is because the statistics are very lopsided, you know, especially in our country. If you look at the percentage of, you know, enterprises where women are represented, it's only 14%. And only 6% are startups are founded by women. So the statistics are too lopsided. So probably it will take some more time. And of course, as we are saying, the startup ecosystem is good and women are being encouraged and stuff like that. So I'm sure in some time it will only be entrepreneur. But when we are saying women entrepreneur, we are not degrading anybody. You know, we are just saying that, okay, fine, a woman who is in enterprise, who owns at least 51% stake in the enterprise and who is able to employ at least 50% women in her enterprise. That is the real, you know, woman entrepreneur.
If I may add, if I may take a second to add to that, Professor Ivan, if I have your permission.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, so I think, I didn't catch the lady's name, but I think, you know, we can always get into semantics about everything. Why we be called women entrepreneurs, why we be called small businesses. So all entrepreneurs, like I said in my opening speech, have the same challenges. Some challenges are unique to being a woman. Some challenges will be unique if you are setting up an organic farm. So like the lady said before me, it's not a degrading thing to be called a woman entrepreneur. I'm extremely proud to be called a woman entrepreneur. I have some challenges which are unique to me, and I'm not talking really of me, but unique to women because of the situation they are in. So it's not at all degrading. I actually think that as a woman entrepreneur, we're really blessed because women are very good at multitasking. So actually, I think it's a big asset that we have as an entrepreneur because we're very good at multitasking. We're very good at nurturing. We're very good at growing. We're also fairly good as in making people cohesive. So we are very good team leaders. So I think it's really, women entrepreneurs have lots of things going for them. Sisterhood is a big thing. Community is a big thing. So I also find in my work with about almost 150 women entrepreneurs running small businesses, I find that one thing that really goes for us women is that a lot of them are very socially conscious. I don't see that so much in other businesses, but I find a lot of women, when they set out to do a business, their power of conviction in doing something for the society is very high. So supporting marginalized people, whether it's women or farmers or whether it's workers, is something that women do really well. So hooray for all women entrepreneurs and what they do.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wants to tackle this question?
Yes, when men become the entrepreneur, only one person become the entrepreneur. When women become the entrepreneur, the whole family become the entrepreneur. So this is a big difference for that.
All right. Thank you for this this really interesting and provocative question. And actually, it made me think why there's no studies on men entrepreneurs exactly, right? So we have a bunch of studies on women entrepreneurs, but nobody's actually there. I don't know of any study that has specifically researches men entrepreneurs. And I don't know, maybe that's an opportunity for us. So, okay, let's go on. More questions from the audience, please. Otherwise, you'll be sticking with me talking all the time, and you definitely don't want that.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think my question will be for Ms. Suman. So ma'am, you said that you currently run a business on social media, right? So I just wanted to ask, do you think that social media has made you, for that matter, any women entrepreneur, it makes you realize the business opportunity somehow?
It does. It is a great enabler, definitely, because it helps you to connect with your audiences on commercial terms, as well as on personal terms. There are a huge number of engagement tactics with the consumers, which you can use on social media, which you could probably not use when you are, in physical touch with the customers. Because say, for example, if I have a shop, I'm just taking an example, and there's a customer who comes to me for a small span of time, and the customer spends some time with me and then goes, and whatever I'm able to convey or communicate during that time, I'm able to do. After that, after the customer goes, there's not a lot I can do. But on social media, I can connect with them on a daily basis, and I can actually have relationships with them. Some of the people who I have connected through the Instagram page of Studio Julia, they are my friends now. I actually go and meet them. So that it does create a lot of difference.
So ma'am, do you also think that there are some challenges also that social media throws at you?
Yes, content. To create an immense amount of content, that is a big challenge. To present things in a pleasing way, in an aesthetically pleasing way, and to keep their attention intact, that is challenging.
Thank you so much.
All right, Anjali, you want to answer this question?
So this is a lovely question. So social media has a lot of power. I started one web portal 12 years back, okay? Because my main idea is to solve a problem, and problem was to solve a problem of parents to get admission in nursery class. And that time there was no other information forum portal was available. Being from technical background, I created one forum, and very first month I got 500 organic users on that platform. Idea was still the same, to solve a problem. So social media has a lot of power. And today now I have more than 2 lakh registered users on that web portal. And to be very frank, I'm not doing and contributing anything. Parents community, they are coming, they are interacting, they are communicating. And Wall Street Journal, Your Story, Z Business, and wow, all these web portals means they have covered this, because this is the actual power of social media, and you can connect to your customers organically through it. Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Could I ask?
Punita, please.
Since I'm so obsessed with small businesses, I think what social media has really given you is that geography does not matter anymore. You can have access to the market. You could be sitting in a small village in Uttarakhand, collecting, ghee from small farmers, but through Instagram, you can today access a market which would have not been available to you many years ago when Instagram wasn't available. So I think much that everybody likes to, pull down social media, I found that social media has given access to so many entrepreneurs, so many small businesses, and it's definitely worked for women who are, inclined to be more restricted to their hometowns, small hometowns. So I think social media has really, really helped businesses. It does create a lot of clutter, however, and it does need a lot of energy to manage. You have to somehow, it's a lot of noise, and you have to make sure that your brand stays above that noise or is is seen within that noise. But as far as opportunities is concerned and giving access to market, I think social media has been a huge enabler for women. Thank you.
I think it also gives me the flexibility to move around. I mean, I can be on a holiday and keep doing my business if it is about creating content and posting on Instagram. So that is also something. It does not tie me up to my workplace.
Agreed.
All right. Do we have more questions from the audience? If not, I don't know, how many time do we have still? Is anybody keeping time? 5 more minutes? Okay, let's say 10. So 10, so each of our panelists have maybe 2 minutes or maybe 150 to have the closing words and say maybe what else can we say about women entrepreneurship? How can we improve, or anything that we haven't said so far? Right? Anjali, please.
So my closing words will be, you should try entrepreneurship once in a lifetime, because if you try it, you will not be able to come out of this. So I am almost addicted to entrepreneurship. Okay, I am doing one thing or the other thing. So just go for it. There is only one life. If you experience it, only then you will realize how much thrill, how much excitement you will have every day. That's it.
Thank you. Punita.
So I think as an entrepreneur, whether a woman or a man, I think the first step is to have very, very strong power of conviction. To be very, very sure about what you're trying to do. The strength of conviction will take you forward. Chart your course, decide what you want to be, and then go for it. Being a woman is not a stumbling block. Decide how you want to do it, where you want to go, set up small goals, and go for it. And then you will definitely be successful. I was a corporate executive, senior corporate executive for 20 years. I've been an entrepreneur and an organic farmer for 4 years. And I cannot tell you how much joy these 4 years have given me. There was a lot of sense of achievement there, but the kind of self-actualization I feel being an entrepreneur, doing stuff for other people is enormous. So I wish all the young women and men who want to be entrepreneurs all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, training is very important for any entrepreneur, women or men, doesn't matter for that there. In NISBIRD, under Ministry of Skill Development, earlier it was under Ministry of MSME, we have developed a model of motivation training. And that was a specialized training. We trained around 1,500 professionals. And I think even a single professional is not, who is not shining in their areas, whether they are entrepreneur or they are intrapreneur. So they have opened their own training institutions or motivational lab, and they are doing wonderful tasks for that there. Only few people who were in the government, who are in the comfort zone, only that. So it is not easy, because in the through whole training, it is analyzed fully and tell about their weaknesses and what are their strengths, and they develop their qualities also there during that period also there. So that has been the most important training and very influential training also there in the world. Sorry, in the world also I can say that, because we trained more than 145 country people for that there. But not all in that training, but few have been there. And they are doing wonderful tasks. And they were men also, they were women also in the profession for that there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anita.
Thanks, Ivan, Professor Ivan. So this is a very interesting question because I'm going to close with something which is coming from a Hindi word. Entrepreneur, we have always talked about in a way that a person who take risk. But in my experience, which I used to teach to my own students as well, that entrepreneur, if we split it in two halves, it is entrepreneur. So something which is having that inner calling that you want to give your some years or your lifetime, then decide for that calling and just jump for taking, a step forward. Then there's again one Hindi saying, which I again used to tell to my students, ज़्यादा सोचने से इरादे कमजोर होते हैं. So don't think too much. Just jump into what you have decided for your life. Just be a rebel, because if you are not a rebel, you can't create. So to create something, you have to take an off-track road, and you will find yourself all alone in that journey. But trust me, it is going to be very satisfying. And when you reach there, our own milestones and goalposts, when we reach there, we feel that everyone is following us and we are there and finally achieved something in our lives. So all these words, hashtags, which we all follow, choose to challenge or break the biases, these are going to happen in this journey, and others will realize that to reach up to this level, we must have broken some kind of biases. We must have challenged some kind of societal biases, personal biases, and we can't have it all. So that realization is very important, that we can't have it all. If we try to satisfy, if we try to please everyone, then we are not going to reach there. So there will be so many people who are going to get angry, but ultimately when you are there, they will be there to support you. They will at least talk some kind of positive words for you. So trust your journey and be there. So that's all from my end. Closing remark. Thank you.
Thank you. Suman?
I think I think exactly like Anita does. I was also going to say the same thing, that you find your inner calling. If there is something that nudges you almost every day, if there is something that tells you, let's do that, that is fun, which is different from what you're doing now, or maybe it is an addition to what you're doing now. If you can find that inner calling, then that is your dream for which you can work, and find fulfillment. So for me, that is what entrepreneurship is all about.
Perfect, thank you. And Shivi?
Yeah, so again, everyone has covered it, and the zeal is same. Go ahead if you are really passionate about it, and sky is the only limit. So if someone says that this is the limit, no, there is no limit towards it. So the examples which we are seeing, the new unicorns like Faguni Nair, they are the ones who have been doing really, really great. They are really the role models for us, and they motivate us. So more and more inspirational stories like that, we should actually, these kind of case studies, we should really go through it. And this motivates us, and that will help us, that decision making, where we are stopping ourselves, we think the biases, where we have to leave those kind of biases and go ahead, that we have to think from these kind of inspirational stories. So all the best, those who are looking forward it. So no stopping. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So this brings us to the end. I think this was a great discussion, a great sharing of experiences, great insight into the challenges, issues, successes, and enablers of women entrepreneurship. And without further ado, I think we're done. So let's have one big round of applause for all of us panelists. So thank you, everybody. And this concludes this session.
Thank you, Dr. Ivan, for being a wonderful moderator. Thank you so much. And thank you to all our esteemed panelists, both online and offline. I would like to express my gratitude to each one of you. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Sujata to please present mementos to our guest. I would like to thank you, Dr. Ivan, for sparing his time and sharing, being a wonderful moderator here. Thank you so much, Dr. Rishiraj Singh, for sharing your insights with us. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing your precious time. Now, I would like to thank Ms. Anjali Srivastava for sharing her time and sharing her valuable experience with us. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to express my sincere thanks to Ms. Suman Singh also for sparing her time. Last but not the least, I would like to express my gratitude for our online panelists who have spared their precious time and have shared their wonderful experience with us. Thank you so much. Thank you for all, to all the audiences here. Thank you.
Thank you.
As Dr. Ivan was mentioning, so of course, it was a very, very relevant topic, women entrepreneurship challenges and enablers. And really thankful on behalf of the entire team of ICACCF to all our panelists, both offline and online, for sharing their valuable experiences, also their own insights. And of course, telling that, when, as Rishiraj sir was also mentioning, that when a woman becomes an entrepreneur, the entire family becomes an entrepreneur. So we have a lot of hope for women to take up entrepreneurship in the times to come. So many thanks to all of you for being with us today. Thank you. So we would just be starting with the valedictory session also. So I would also request our panelists that if you have some time, you can also be with us for the valedictory session, which would start in another 5 minutes or so. Thank you. A very good evening, everyone. On behalf of all the team members of Amity College of Commerce and Finance, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, I welcome all the dignitaries on and off the dais, participants, faculty members, scholars, and students to the valedictory session for the 5th International Conference on Digital Transformation and Sustainability in Business Practices during the 7th and 8th day of April 2022, with Goldsmiths University of London as a knowledge partner and QX Global and ISDC as a corporate sponsors. I welcome all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Sujata Khandai ma'am, Deputy Dean Academics and Director, ICACCF and Amity School of Business. The chief guest for the valedictory session, Dr. Ajay Kumar Gupta sir, Director, ICSR Delhi. The guest of honor, Dr. Amit Mukherjee, Professor, Delhi Technical University, who's joined us in the online mode. And Dr. Rishiraj Singh sir, Director General, All India MSME Foundation, Ahmedabad. I would now request Sujata ma'am, the chairperson of the conference, to please welcome Dr. Ajay Gupta sir with a sapling and memento. Thank you, ma'am and sir. I would now request ma'am to please welcome Dr. Rishiraj sir. Thank you, ma'am and sir. It is our absolute proud privilege to have with us Dr. Ajay Kumar Gupta sir, Director, ICSSR Delhi. Sir is the director with Indian Council of Social Sciences Research, New Delhi. Prior to that, he was associated with national level research organizations like National University of Educational Planning and Administration, New Delhi, IGNOU, and State Council of Educational Research and Training, New Delhi. He did his post-graduation in sociology and also holds a postgraduate diploma in journalism from Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, New Delhi, along with yet another postgraduate diploma in book publishing from College of Vocational Studies, University of Delhi. His area of specialization is journalism and publication. During his professional career, he has been instrumental in publication and dissemination of research reports arising out of various programs, activities of the respective organizations where he's worked. The publications were brought out in collaboration with international publishers like Oxford University Press, Sage, Pentagon, and Macmillan. We welcome you, sir, and request you to please address the gathering. Sir.
Good afternoon, respectable Dr. Sujata. First of all, I would like to remember Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhan, founder, you can founder for this MIT University. Then Dr. Atul Chauhan, Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor. Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor. Dr. Atul Chauhan is Chancellor. And then Dr. Renuka, Dr. Harsh, and Dr. Rishiraj Singh ji, and Dr. from IIM, Dr. Amit Mukherjee, Professor Amit Mukherjee from IIM, and all the faculty members, my fellow faculty members, participants, and younger scholars. So first of all, I welcome you to this conference, which has been organized during 7th and 8th April. I hope that you must have enjoyed all the technical sessions. I remember MIT University, first time I came, I think, to get my son admitted in this MIT University. I came for his interaction, and there I met with Dr. Chauhan also. So that was my first visit, and it was, I think, about 10 years back. And later on, so when Dr. Sujata and Dr. Renuka and Dr. Harsh, when they came to ICSSR, in fact, we wanted to have it in collaboration with ICSSR. But due to some problems, we couldn't have it. But I think we will have our next conference on a bigger platform, and we will see that we will have we will just try to identify some topic, and then we will see that if it can be done in collaboration with ICSSR. So there we conceptualize this conference entitled Digital Transformation and Sustainability in Business Practices. So this topic is itself, very, very contemporary, and its demand, very much in demand. And our Honorable Prime Minister, Narendra Modi ji, is himself is very much fond of this digital transformation. I think I was just going through the list of the technical sessions. I have seen you have covered almost all the topics which is related to this particular conference and this particular theme. And I was seeing that the list of panelists and speakers, that is itself speaks, and that's who's who of the industry. I have seen all the eminent faculty members. I have seen eminent industrialists. I have seen eminent entrepreneurs, those who have attended this either as a panelist or as a speaker. So I think you must have got benefit from all the sessions during last 2 days. Basically, if we look at this digital transformation, so this is the buzzword now, and you name anything, say from rickshaw puller to industrialist or wherever you see, now there is a digital transformation. And particularly now the days have gone when you carry your money in your wallet. Now there is hardly anybody, who carries money. So either it is a plastic currency or it is otherwise. So even sabji walas, rickshaw walas, auto walas, everywhere you see, you pay through, some kind of, some mode, whether it is, through Pay, Google Pay or whatever is there. So this is the recent, phenomena. I know that, it was, I think, in 2000 or something, we organized one lecture that was given by Sam Petroda. So I think in 2000, he told us that there would be one day. I have got that document with me. We documented that lecture. He said that everybody will have mobile. At that time, I think the mobile rate was, I think, 50 or 60 rupees something per second. So at that time, he predicted that there would be one day when everybody will have, and that is what's happening. Now our Sabji wala has got mobile with him. So this is the vision, with which this transformation came, digital transformation came. So, I mean, if I start talking, I can talk till tomorrow morning. And then even then that, this topics, but I know you are already bored with all the sessions, and you have enjoyed, but valedictory session, you don't want any kind of speech, and some of you have to catch the flight also. So I'll be very short, I will be very brief, and I must congratulate the organizer of this program, in particular Dr. Sujata, Dr. Renuka, Dr. Harsh. Really, they have worked round the clock, and even other faculty members whom I won't be knowing, but I know how much hard work they have put in to make this conference, to come to this. Although we wanted in a bigger way, we thought something else, but due to some kind of this thing. But next time, you will see it to happen in another way. So where you can, on a bigger platform. So I was just discussing that if something is organized by Amity, it should be at par with its name. So like that. As point particularly, I was just looking into the topics that you have covered, almost all the topics, whether it is CSR or whether it is transformation of I say particularly, if you say now we are able to transfer the funds, say for Pradhan Mantri Samman Nidhi, now it is directly going in the accounts of the farmers. So that is when previously it was never happened, it has never happened. And then house ladies, they are getting now directly, they are getting the money, they are being it's transferred. So now they little bit about banking also, they know that what are the various schemes. So this is the best part, and this is the, I think, most appropriate time to have this conference here. So I think the deliberations would be compiled, and then once they are done it, so we have already discussed that that should be published, because unless and until you disseminate the proceedings or the best papers out of it, I mean, you would have got 40-50 papers, but out of that the best paper should be selected, and then those papers should be published. And even you can send to ICACCF also, and then we will try to find some good publishers, and then so that the deliberations or the particularly the policy implication part, if it could reach the authorities. So that is the, I mean, I think that is the basic objective of having such kind of conferences, besides having interactions and other things. But we want to have some kind of policy implications. So we will try to just deliver to Niti Aayog. So because we are associated with all the major ministries and other things, so we will definitely try to have it. And then let us see that, because this is how the word would spread among the beneficiaries or among the policy makers, so that they can take maximum benefit out of this conference. And so already you have covered almost all the topics, so I don't want to just repeat those topics, but I would, as a representative of ICSSR, I would definitely like to make best use of this opportunity which has been given to me. I think most of you know about ICSSR, as it implies, that is Indian Council of Social Science Research. May I know how many of you have heard what is ICSSR? Can you raise your hand? So awareness is less. This is what I was talking about. So see, this India, I will be brief, madam. I know that the time is very limited. In fact, Indian Council of Social Science Research, it was established in 1969 at par with Indian Council of Agriculture Research, Indian Council of Medical Research, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. So at par with that, so government thought that we should have a research body for social sciences also. So it was in 1969 that they established VKRV committee. And then after that, this council came into existence. We serve through 24 research institutes. We have got 24 research institutes in all over India. So whenever I get time, I'll make a full presentation about that. And then we have got 6 regional centers also. Like in Punjab University, we have got Northern Western Regional Center. Northern Regional Center is at JNU. Western Regional Center is at Mumbai University, Kalina. Southern Regional Center is at Usmania University. And then you have got Northern Eastern Research Center is at Shillong. So like that, we have got 6 regional centers, and they are housed in the university campus so that they can have academic, culture. So there we provide facility for guest house, for library, and they are also given some kind of projects and fellowships so that they can run from there and they can fulfill the need of that particular reason. And then we have got so many schemes, just like projects, research projects scheme, research fellowship scheme. I am seeing a lot of younger scholars here. So for them, say ICCSR gives doctoral fellowship. So for that, you can apply whenever this scheme is announced. Generally we advertise in June, July, so you can apply to us. Generally we give 483 fellowships every year, so you can apply, and depending on your merit we will award you, and that is for 2 years duration. And similarly we give you postdoctoral fellowship, that is after doctoral fellowship, is in case if you have not been selected as faculty, so you can utilize that time and you can do some postdoc work so that you don't get deviated from your research culture. And then we have got senior fellowship that is given to you can say senior assistant professors or associate professors level, so that once you have done enough teaching, so you want to get deviated, you want to do something else. So in order to inculcate that kind of, or to revive your research culture, we give you senior fellowship. So that is again for 2 years, and then you get salary protection also. And then we have got national fellowship, that is the highest fellowship we give. Once you have devoted your whole life, then you are likely to get those fellowship. And similarly for research project program, we give it to the faculty members, and that is ranges from 1 year to 2 years time. And that is major, minor projects are up from 6 months to 12 months, and major projects are from 1 year to 2 years. And then after that you have to submit a report. So similarly, then we give you grant for participating in international conferences and seminars. Details are available on our website, so you can have it from there. Then we also provide grant for organizing conferences, seminar, as what you are attending today. So we also provide you grant for that. And then we give you grant for running your research journal in case if you are publishing research journals. So then we give you some kind of grant so that you can, you can maintain its quality and then its continuity also. Because in India, we have seen that if 1000 journals are started, 900 of them die with the time due to paucity of funds. So we try to help you at that time. And similarly, so we have got so many schemes, and you must take benefit of those schemes. And our organization is at Aruna Asaf Ali Marg. We are situated in Jawaharlal Nehru University campus. So if you come to Aruna Asaf Ali Marg, there we have got our headquarters, and our documentation center is at Mandi House, Connaught Place. So you can also visit there. You can take a benefit of that our documentation center. And similarly, as I have told you, you can take benefit of our research institutes and our regional centers. So this is a brief, very, very brief about ICSSR. And in case if somebody wants to ask any question, they are also welcome. So I think with this word, I think, so I just give rest to my this thing. And then I congratulate you once again for organizing this seminar. And also thank you very much for inviting me to this function. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking us through the journey of ICACCF and the benefits that we can avail of it. I think Professor Amit Mukherjee was online a while ago, but I don't see him online anymore.
He's online, I think, but he's not.
Is he there online, IT team?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So we have with us the guest of honor, Professor Dr. Amit Mukherjee, sir. He is the professor at Delhi Technical University. Prior to this, he was also working as a professor in marketing at IIM Lucknow and also served as the dean and head Noida campus. He also had a stint at Center for Macro Consumer Research, NCAER, as head research and analytics. His specialties include customer relationship management, customer profitability management, loyalty programs, managing services for quality and relationship enhancement, managing customer information and relationship initiatives. He's an MBA in marketing from Mohanlal Sukhadia University and also B in economics and psychology from the same university. We welcome you here, sir, and would request you to please address the gathering. So sir is joined by us in the online mode. I request you, sir, if I'm audible, to please address the gathering. Thank you. What? Okay, Dr. Mukherjee, am I audible to you? Mukherjee, sir, if I'm audible to you, please acknowledge it and would request you to turn on your webcam. Yeah.
Yes, audible, and I hope I am also audible and
yes, sir, you are
legible.
So would request you to please address the gathering. So,
Thank you. And I would like to start by acknowledging and, indeed expressing my gratitude and what a privilege it is to be here and to be a part of this panel of very, very distinguished experts on the dais. I would also like to express, the happiness I have in seeing that the digital transformation and sustainability aspects are actually being seen in the same vein. And I'm sure that the participants would have really had a lot of food for thought and for discussion over these 2 days. And it is using the same privilege that I would also like to express my apologies for, I think, the slight delay, and then also not being present physically, but being present virtually, or if I may say digitally. And that is one of the advantages that I find, that I am able to join you because the world has gone digital. And by now, if I really look at the digital transformation, what are we transforming from? And that is, I think, something that really bears, scrutiny, because as we move forward, we must also look back and see what changes are really of great benefit. Sometimes we plunge headlong into technological change, and as my distinguished, predecessor was mentioning, there was a time when Sam Petroda used to talk about a phone in everyone's hand, and those who heard him would hardly be able to imagine. It is that lack of imagination that is perhaps the biggest enemy of sustainability and of transformation. And it is at that point that perhaps in a valedictory session, after having had discussions over so many topics, it is time to help digest all that food for thought, all that intellectual debate, and maybe look for fresh avenues, fresh thinking, and the way forward. And it is there that I would like to point out a couple of things. If you look at digital transformation, there is a very clear-cut case for digitization of identity also. And I'm sure this has been discussed in the conference. There are many advantages to the Aadhaar card. But there are also many concerns which are being expressed in terms of not just privacy, but the fact that every single activity gets recorded, number one, and that in our society, there may be segments who may still not become digitally literate. They may have a phone in their hands, but they may not understand exactly how their Aadhaar card details sent online to anybody and everybody may get utilized. How banking has seen a transformation through mobile banking already and how it will extend. And we are able to imagine, but sometimes we are unable to imagine the problems and challenges that can come with less literate digital citizens. As the debate on privacy progresses, perhaps one will also see a lot of highly literate, highly socioeconomically advanced citizens, not just those in the senior citizen category, but also those who are conscientious objectors to being identified, to being tracked virtually. And we may also have this community, this group, this section of society not agreeing to be part of the digital world beyond certain limited engagements. So we may actually be looking at a society which can have a great divide. We used to have the literacy divide when I was in school, and then somebody noticed the urban-rural divide, and then they talked of the computer literacy divide, and we always know of the other divides, including the financial and socioeconomic divides. But perhaps the biggest division that awaits humanity as a whole, and as a nation and as a community, is possibly the digital divide. Now, that's a concept which is 20 years old, and therefore, we have had enough time to imagine it. I still feel that we have not been able to address all the challenges therein. The divide may be due to privacy, the divide may be due to literacy, the divide may be any which way. But it will cause a segmentation in society. And that is something that those who are dealing in digital strategies and transformation have to understand. And looking at hybrid models, I'm sure has been part of the deliberations, but the challenge really is finding the right balance between what is online, what is offline, how much hybrid we really are. And it is with this thought that I started exploring further, and some of the concerns which have really come up along with this digital divide is the fact that when we head into transformation, everything around us is likely to be transformed. So I was looking at some of the literature in the popular press as well as the scholarly articles. And I came across the fact that if one were to look at industry verticals, those verticals which depend on physical processing of individuals, and I'm sure the people in the audience who come from a services background would understand what I'm talking of theoretically as well, that even those businesses such as tourism are now exploring virtual reality, augmenting the tourist experience with something which is digital, and in fact threatening to provide perhaps entirely virtual cognitive services through our three senses and completely foregoing the digital world. And already we find that journeys through the virtual world are beginning to get charged. They may soon become an industry. If you look at health and Medicare, digitalization there, even though physical presence in a hospital is so necessary, is becoming much more widely used. Are we imagining where we are heading in terms of medicine if we digitalize? These are perhaps the last frontiers where we will have to look at the hybrid model. In areas like finance, I believe we are not just digitized, we are already virtual citizens. And it is with these two aspects, the degree of digitalization that is happening and the divide in our community in those who can or will adopt digital versus those who cannot or will not adopt digitalization. That we must look at these twin challenges, and only then can we say that entire society will be sustainable and a business will be sustainable because it addresses all of society, not just a small segment. To give you an example, as medicine digitizes and becomes virtual and uses artificial intelligence to carry out not just the diagnosis, but also to identify the prognosis and also advise the medical expert on the treatment regimen. And indeed, there are now standard artificial intelligence packages or solutions which are being used by doctors, right, for various ailments and for diagnosis. As this starts happening and as tests and other things become more centered around residences, around homes of patients, you may come to a scenario where the senior citizens may be bereft of all of the most advanced medical services because they cannot understand or accept digitization. Is that the kind of divided community that we want to build? I would like all of us researchers to actually engage with this, and this is a problem which Pippa Rogers from Harvard actually pointed out 5 years back and said that as we digitize, are we really building sustainable communities? So the conference theme really rang a bell for me, and the way I wanted to sort of understand it or provoke thought is that is every section of society being transformed in a sustainable manner because of the digital, not just economy, but the digital world? Or are we leaving some people behind, and is it really going to be unsustainable? And this divide is something which I think one industry on its own is poised to address, and that is the ed tech industry. We have seen an academy, we have seen a lot of new unicorns come up in ed tech. I feel that that is one industry which is learning as it is growing, and there is very little contribution from academics, researchers, people like us engaged in teaching and learning, familiar with the digital world, contributing theoretically, contributing scientifically in how to take that revolution forward. So to me, EdTech is not just an industry. EdTech is the only means of ensuring sustainability, indeed social sustainability of the digital transformation. That unless they get engaged, all those who do have a mobile in their pocket but are unable to understand how mobile banking really works, it is that one industry which really has the potential to revolutionize. And unfortunately, though we see publications there, we hardly see any major contribution to theory or understanding of how the digital transformation will require everyone to learn. And here, everyone perhaps means everyone. And it is with that thought and it is with that challenge indeed that I would like to leave this audience. Uh, I hope the 2 days of deliberation have provided enough thoughts, enough challenges, enough leads, and indeed, very important, enough network resources, enough new acquaintances and friends that you have made in your domain of research. I would again congratulate all of the members and particularly, our academic leaders on the dais for having organized this conference. Very, very relevant. And perhaps all of the researchers here working on digital themes, the world perhaps will be shaped more by your contributions than anything else. As you go forward, please think over the fact that sustainable development will have to be inclusive development, and inclusive development will require education and digital literacy. And in today's world, ed tech may perhaps be the only solution. So let me end with that. And once again, with thanks to the organizers for the privilege of being here and to share my thoughts, and with congratulations to all participants. May I wish you all the best as you proceed on the remainder of the journey. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful thoughts and sharing with us such relevant inputs. Many thanks to you. I would now request Dr. Harsh Kumar, Associate Professor, ICACCF, and the convener of the conference, to please present an overview of the proceedings of the 2 days international conference. Dr. Harsh, please.
Thank you, Dr. Geeta. Please pardon me for the bad throat today. I'll just sum up what all we have done in last 2 days. And actually, we have come a big way in the last 5 years. Like the first international conference we organized on the Stand Up India, Startup India. And after that, there were international conferences on Industry 4.0. Then now the latest one, digital transformation and sustainability. So I'll just tell you the scheme of things that there were 6 technical sessions. They started by inaugural ceremony where we were joined by our QX Global, the partners with us, Goldsmiths University UK, and Dr. Ivan, he was a guest of honor. And we were also joined shortly by, for a short duration, by Mr. Deepak Bagla from Invest India. And in our panel discussion, the theme was on sustainable development and CSR initiatives. It was presided by Dr. Punita Goel, and where the delegates, they gave their views on how CSR and sustainability are related. Because the organizations, if they do not pursue corporate social responsibilities, they are not likely to be sustainable in future. And then we had 6 technical sessions in 2 days, each one in finance, marketing, 2 sessions on general management, 1 on human resource management. They were all well received by the audience. And in the panel discussion of today, that was on women entrepreneurship, the issues and challenges being faced by women. And where the real examples of panelists who quit their jobs in their government jobs to start their own ventures. So they were really inspiring to the audience, especially the students. And now, as you we just saw the views of Dr. Amit Mukherjee from Delhi Technical University. He has very well raised this point that are we secluding the old age people who are not having digital information? So what kind of sustainable development we are looking at? And very well points raised by Dr. Ajay Kumar Gupta from ICSSR. So we hope to have longer tie-ups with you so that we can scale it up at a higher platform. And lastly, just to sum up, I don't want to bore you with long speech, so I've cut it short. For all the student community, I want to tell that you are the world, like you will be the future entrepreneurs. So it is quite akin to something moving against the tide. So just like water is a strong force. And if you, when you just dive into a sea, you are overawed by the sheer magnitude of the forces. Just similarly goes for, it's a metaphor for the life. When we start something new, we move against the tide. So you have to keep pushing yourself to test your limits. So that's the ultimate message of our digital transformation and sustainability as well. Keep marching forward, come out with new ideas so that you can translate them into real world. So pardon again me for the bad throat. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hirsch, for giving a snapshot of the 2 days international conference. Now I would request Dr. Renuka Bakshi, Associate Professor, ACCF and convener of the conference, to please extend a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Geeta. Good evening to all. I will not take much time. Specifically, thank you. Whenever we use the word thank you is just like a prayer, which comes from our thoughts, which comes our feeling. And most important thing, I am honored and privileged so that I'm here to propose the vote of thanks for our 5th international conference. I, on behalf of our conference team, specifically very thankful to our chief guest, Dr. Ajay Kumar Gupta, Director of ICACCF. Specifically, I go to your words. Yes, India is transforming. Digital transformation is taking place. Either we are talking about the students, talking about the hawkers, talking about any community, people are using the technology. And most important thing, Sir has also given us information about the different ways, not only to the researcher, not only for the students, but also to all the fraternity, that we may get involved in different types of the projects, in different types of the options which are offered by the ICSSR. Thank you very much, sir, for enlightening us. Specifically, we will tie a new note with the ICCR, most probably in the next conference. I'm very thankful to our professor, guest of honor, Dr. Amit Mukherjee, DTU Delhi, for becoming our specifically guest of honor for valedictory session. I agree with sir. Whenever we are talking about the digitalization, on the one side, we are talking the pros. We are talking the advantages of the digitalization, but agree, there are a lot of concerns with the digitalization. Most important thing is that the population, the people who are using this technology, they must have awareness about it. If it will not happen, the frauds, the scam, just like a Gitanjali, you are very well aware about the Nirav Modi cases. We are aware about lots of bigger cases, but the scams are going to happen at a very shorter level. The people are hacking the money from the accounts of others. And this is going to happen on a daily basis. Whenever we are going to count down these kinds of the robbery cases, the list is going to be enlarged. Yes, sir, obviously, the artificial intelligence, the technology like blockchain tech, it can control all these frauds and scams, but we must have a literacy about this kind of the concern. I'm very thankful to our chief guest, specifically Mr. Sagar Ahuja, CEO of QX Global Group in inaugural, and specifically Mr. Prabhanshu Mittal from ACCA, and giving the very special note. We are using the accounting and finance. The students are thinking, what is the need of the skills? Yes, We need a soft skills so that the accounting and finance may become so broader, and we may specifically focus on all these kinds of the things which are going to happen in our economy. I'm very thankful to our keynote speaker, Ivan Ziupek from Goldsmith University of London, and kindly accepting our invitation and gracing the inaugural section, as well as our panel. I, on the behalf of our organizing committee, convey deep regards and hearty thanks to our honorable founder president for showering blessings on us. I'm also very thankful to our chancellor, Sir Dr. Atal Kumar Chauhan, for providing us vision to organize such a huge event. I'm very grateful to our Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Dr. Balwinder Shukla, for giving us an opportunity to organize 5th International Conference, and very thankful for the various help which we received, just like administrative approvals, and specifically helping us in organizing the event in Amity campus. I'm very thankful to our financial sponsors, QX Global and ISDC. Without their help, it was not possible to organize the conference, and specifically thankful to our knowledge partner, Goldsmith University, UK. I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who blessed us with their presence. I am also very thankful to all the advisory committee and the invited speakers. Words are not enough to thank to all of them, specifically for providing the continuous guidance and motivation and support to shape this conference, and it has become a very successful one. I pay my sincere thanks to our director, ma'am, Dr. Sujata Khandai, for her constant help and guidance that radiated a source of energy within us. We will ever remain grateful to you, ma'am, and we thank you for being with us today also. I would also thanks to the administrative team, specifically for their logistic support, accommodation, catering team. Without you guys, it was not possible to run the conference in that way for the 2 days. I acknowledging the unwavering support received from our conference team. So I request my conference team, specifically Dr. Geeta, Dr. Punita, Dr. Harsh, Dr. Jaya, Dr. Miklesh, Dr. Nitin, please come here. Please, all of you. Please. I request our director, ma'am, Dr. Sujata Khandai, please acknowledge their contribution by giving them momentum, ma'am. Please. Please, please, please come here. Please come with. Yeah. Please continue your upload. Without the support of our team, we were not capable to run this kind of the conference.
Renuka ma'am.
It has been our pleasure to host all the participants. Participants are very valuable of the conference. And the participants in our conference specifically are very enthusiastic. And I'm very thankful to all the participants for attending the conference. We have been fortunate to have the eminent person as a speaker from industry, from academia, and different government organization. I'm very much sure that all the participants, research scholars, students may get benefited with their lectures and their speeches. I'm very thankful to all the faculty colleagues of my ICACCF and all the non-teaching staff, specifically in the non-teaching staff. Dr. Nitin was a member of our team. I especially thanks to Miss Usha, who always stand with us and motivated us. Please give a big hand to all the fraternity of ICACCF. Without their help, it was not possible. Each and every person, each and every fraternity, each and every faculty has participated in a very benevolent manner. Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind support. And special thanks to our supporting staff, Mr. Ramesh. Ramesh Bhaiya, without your support, it was not possible. Dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of a very motivated and dedicated students committee and the volunteers. I cannot think specifically to thank everyone. There is a list of near about 40 students who have specifically helped us, who has specifically stand along with us. Please continue your applaud to all of the student volunteers. I cannot take the name of all the students, but specifically I am taking the names of few students who are supporting from a months ago. Siddhant, Yash, Nishchal, Akriti. Please continue your applaud. Sabha. Anukriti. Also, don't bother. Next time you will be here. Yes. Now the last line, specifically for all of you. If the time is money, you have spent billions of hours on us. Thank you to all of you, specifically my student audience who have become patient for the whole conference. Thank you to my audience. Thank you to all the students. Thank you very much to all of you.
Uh, as Renuka ma'am has already mentioned, so we are really thankful to each and everyone who was a part of this international conference. And we look forward to your presence in our upcoming conferences, seminars, and FDPs too. I request all the delegates to please join us for tea. Thank you.